We're at 20 now, so we should be okay soon.
All right, how are we doing on quorum?
Two away. I'll let you know. We're at quorum. Can you hear?
Yeah, heard you.
Okay, sorry. Wasn't sure if my internet broke.
Okay, it looks based on the spreadsheet, it looks like we have it, right?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Russell, you can hear me, right?
I don't think Russell can hear anyone.
Russell, can you hear us?
Oh, sorry, my speakers were muted, so I did not hear what everybody else was saying. So that explains that. So I take it we do have a quorum.
We do have quorum.
Yes, we're good to go.
Great. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. All right. So let's start the meeting then. Thank you, everybody, for joining the May meeting of Community Board 8 Manhattan. And we're going to start with a presentation on fire safety from Battalion 10 Chief John Sudnick. So let's turn it over to Chief Sudnick.
Evening, everyone. My name is Liam Coleman. I'm the battalion commander in the 10th Battalion. John Sudnick is the actual chief of department. He will not be attending the meeting tonight.
Got
I was invited to the meeting tonight. I was told to report on the fatal fire we had on the morning of April 21st of this year on 82nd Street and 2nd Avenue. We had a couple of problems at the fire that would probably be of interest to your constituents. First of all, we had a little delay in the address, corrected address being given. The original address given was of 81st Street and 2nd Avenue, and then we got a second address of 1576 First Avenue, and then ultimately we got the correct address of 300 East 82nd Street, which is also 1576 2nd Avenue. So because of the multiple changes in addresses, there was a little delay in our arrival at the fire, but it didn't have any material impact on it. We got there, we encountered a fire on the second floor in apartment 2W. The occupant of that apartment had self-evacuated prior to our arrival, and he was standing out in the street. We initiated our operations, but we encountered what we would consider a heavy clutter condition in his apartment. He was somewhat of a hoarder and had a lot of material in his apartment, which made it difficult for us to advance our hold signs and conduct our searches. We got the fire knocked down in about 12 minutes, which is about average for us. But then it took a great deal of time just to overhaul, get the pockets of fire out, get the smoldering things out, just due to the amount of material in the apartment. Searches of the rest of the building were conducted, and we ultimately found a man in the top floor apartment, same apartment line, 4W, who had suffered some smoke inhalation, and both he and the original occupant of the fire apartment both unfortunately passed away despite our efforts. There was no working smoke detectors in either apartment found, and the fire marshals are still conducting their investigation to determine the cause and origin. Due to it being a fatal fire, they really do a fine tooth comb pick through the apartment and make sure they get everything done correctly. But the building, as I have spoke at the district service cabinet meeting several times, it was partially occupied, and we're starting to find that in a lot of the buildings along 2nd Avenue. I don't know if it's due to the opening of the 2nd Avenue subway line now and potential redevelopment of a lot of these buildings. It seems that when apartments become vacant, they're not occupied again. Could also be the COVID, not really sure, but not as fully occupied as normal. So probably a little delay in alerting the fire department that there was an issue. And then obviously with the multiple wrong addresses given. But our operations went smooth. Unfortunately, despite our efforts, 2 people passed away. So if there's anything we could pass on, it would be, if you do know of any buildings that are not fully occupied, pass that information along to us. I have my email sent in there. It's bat010@fdny.nyc.gov. And we can enter it into what we have is a critical information dispatch system. And it allows us to just be more aware of some of these things and some of the problems we might encounter. And also the smoke detectors. Obviously, if working smoke detectors were in the apartment, we might have had a little earlier alert to the fire. Other people in the building would have been alerted to it as well. And maybe the outcome could have been different. But I'm here. I can answer any questions you might have or any other information I can give you regarding this fire or any other fire department issues. Please don't hesitate to ask.
What is there that can be done about the address issue that you described at the outset?
There's really not much that can be done about that, Russell. Unfortunately, it's a matter of people calling it in from a different location, and this is indicative also of not being a fully occupied building. So if somebody's in that building, obviously they know their own address and they're going to give the correct address. But what we find is it's passerbys giving the addresses, or it's somebody calling from another building that just gives the intersection sometimes. So I think that could be the reason why we got 81st and 2nd originally instead of the actual corner was 82nd and 2nd. Not that that would make a terrible amount of difference, but it's kind of hard to correct those issues.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Obviously, this was very tragic, but thank you for getting the fire put out as quickly as you did, and for all that you did there and preventing it from being worse. And thank you very much for speaking to us tonight, because I think it's a lot of helpful info to prevent situations like this in future.
Absolutely, and I'm available anytime. I'm regular assigned to the 10th Battalion. We're located on East 85th Street. I'm at the District Service Cabinet meetings with Will all the time, and any information or any assistance we can give anybody in the community, please don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you. All right, I see we are joined by Assemblymember Rebecca Seawright, so we will turn it over to her and let her give a report.
Thank you all. It's great to join you this evening. Just wanted to give a quick update today. My Assembly Bill 1370 to protect consumers in New York State to define what constitutes personal identification information passed for the purposes of protecting consumer interest during credit and debit card transactions. We were pleased that this passed the Assembly. We have 10 voting days left between now and June 10th to pass our final legislation. As you all know, the important city primary election is coming up on June 22nd. We worked very closely with the Board of Elections commissioners to secure the Metropolitan Museum of Art as an early voting site, as well as the Roosevelt Island Sports Park Gymnasium. And this greatly reduces the amount of people that will be sent to vote at Wagner. Our goal is to completely get early voting out of the public schools. As you know, 118,000 people were sent to Wagner last year. We threatened a lawsuit. At the last minute, Marymount stepped up. And so we're pleased that we have these additional sites so that it will lessen the burden on Wagner, but we are supporting legislation to get early voting completely out of the public school system. This weekend, we're sponsoring a shred-a-thon at John Jay Park, teaming up with the Commissioner of Sanitation. I want to invite you all to bring your items to be shredded, as well as a press conference with the other electeds on the east side against the Blood Bank Center. And so please come to both of those events. Hopefully we will have great weather and it'll be a wonderful time to be outdoors, shredding all your papers and attending this wonderful press conference opposing a project that has no place on the Upper East Side. So join us on Sunday. Next week, we have our free housing pro bono legal clinic backed by popular demand. We ask that you call early. It does book out, and that is on Tuesday. We voted to approve the extension of critical protections for renters and homeowners through August 31st, 2021. This extension will allow necessary time to distribute federal funding to those that are in need. As chair of the Assembly Task Force on Women's Issues, I'm proud to have introduced legislation to support intersex individuals requiring the Department of Health to provide materials with information on intersex characteristics. Please consider our office as a resource and stop by. We're right next to the post office, as you know, on York Avenue and 78th Street. We're continuing our face mask giveaway and hand sanitizer distribution. So please stop in, let us hear from you, and stay safe, everyone. Have a good meeting tonight.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that report and for joining us here and for all that you're doing for the community, you and your staff. Next, we will move on to a presentation on Elevate Transit. Yep.
Sorry. We also have Gail Brewer and Ben Kalis here as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's get reports from them first. So, Gail, do you want to go or do you want to have Ben go?
Let Ben go. That's fine.
Councilman, go ahead.
I hate when Gail does this, and
I know, that's why I do
first. Good evening. I'm Council Member Ben Kalos, and I love our borough president. That's my way of getting back at her because she hates it when I say nice things about her. Every New Yorker should be able to retire, but few have access to savings through their employers, which is about to change. After working with now Attorney General Tish James and Gail Brewer's best friend, and the Obama administration, fighting Trump and Steve Bannon, who made it a top priority to stop us, 2 acts of Congress over the course of 8 years, the council passed and the mayor signed Retirement Security for All. It would be available to any small business with 5 or more employees. For people working 20 hours or more over 21, it would be an auto-enroll IRA. It would be of no cost to the employer and would help 1.5 million workers save for retirement. It feels like Earth Day was a long time ago, but it was literally just last month. And during this climate emergency, we worked really closely with kindergarten students at Polaragabina PS 290 to advocate to ban toxic pesticides in parks. And we introduced that legislation back in 2015. As you may have read in the New York Times, 6 years of advocacy later, these children have emerged as an unlikely force to finally win this ban. And so if you are older than middle school, if you haven't introduced legislation by kindergarten or passed a law by middle school, you might be an underachiever in my district. And that little joke is suffice to say you are never too old or too young to make a difference. As we try to close the marine transfer to landfill stations like the one on East 91st, the city must finally achieve zero waste. And so I've introduced legislation and we got a second hearing on it, just that the city had cut funding to vital diversion programs like composting. I want to thank our borough president who's been side by side with me on trying to get our composting back, and I believe we've gotten it fully funded. And with reduced trash pickup everywhere and rats everywhere, and everybody hates rats, I propose legislation to put a rat-proof solar compactor in every corner that can hold 5 to 7 times more trash and clean up our streets. Our environment and children also won participatory budgeting with 500 residents voting to fund new trees guards for sidewalks and new laptops for 15 public schools. I don't know if anyone was following the NYPD and their robot military dog that they were deploying in communities of color in public housing, but we killed the dog. I've been told that is not something an elected official should utter, that it might be career suicide. But we introduced legislation to prohibit them from being weaponized. Then we subpoenaed the NYPD to find out how much this was costing. We were paying $100,000 for a device that only cost $75,000. And the city has sent that dog back to the farm, or at least Boston, where it belongs. And instead of militarizing our police, what we could do is invest in our children. And on Roosevelt Island, I joined Congressmember Carol Maloney to cut the ribbon on a new youth center. See Lynn Strong-Shinozaki, who was there and was pivotal in a lot of that work. In the city council, I had authored legislation on universal summer camp, and I'm proud to support Mayor de Blasio's Summer Rising program. It's offering summer learning, enrichment, and play at public schools throughout the city, including PS 158 here. Please encourage folks to apply. Another road to recovery is filling vacant storefronts and supporting our nonprofits who have been on the front lines of this pandemic. That's why I introduced legislation to force absentee landlords that hide behind LLC to reveal their names. And as chair of the Committee on Contracts, we were able to win permanent funding to cover overhead costs for nonprofits that work on behalf of the city to help those who need it most. You can ask Greg Morris more about that. He was very involved in that. And great news on everything happening with the pandemic. We had our annual Overdevelopment, Preservation, and Affordable Housing Town Hall earlier this month. I want to thank Anthony Cohn, who gave an amazing presentation. You can watch it at facebook.com/benkalos/videos. We are having a presentation we have a presentation tonight on 1402 York Avenue, which has 10 affordable homeownership opportunities starting at $50,000 for a studio on the Upper East Side. In order to free up affordable housing, I've introduced legislation to force Airbnb hosts to register with the city so we can obliterate illegal rentals, help hotels recover, and free up as many as 37,000 apartments here in New York City for real New Yorkers. We also launched legislation for a smart city to fix things from everyone hates, from not being able to find a parking spot to catching gas leaks before they explode. And then particularly important, I don't know what you're doing on Sunday, but I know what I'm doing on Sunday. And I will be at 317 East 67th Street in front of the Julia Richmond Education Complex. I hope you'll join us there at 2 o'clock, rain or shine. And we will be joined there by our Assembly member, Rebecca Seawright, who you heard from, our Congress member, Carol Maloney, Liz Kruger. Gail, will you be there? I think she said yes. And we also will be joined by Council Member Keith Powers and so many of you from the community who keep coming out over and over again. Thank you. In particular, I see Marty Bell here, so I want to thank him and so many others because you are making your voice heard and it's incredibly important. I just went on for a while. I'm sorry. Folks would tell me I have better things to do than all this work, but as Gail taught me, you just keep working till your last moment, no matter what. Just as a reminder, there are elections coming up. Either way, I'm eager to hear from you, and you can always email me at bkalos@benkalos.com or call 212-860-1950. Thank you. And last but not least, on 86th Street, we really lost a huge opportunity to make the 4-5 accessible in the uptown. And so I'm really eager to hear from DCP. I'm eager to hear what we can do to make sure that any new development offers accessibility. And I'll be eager to hear what your feedback is and how we can make sure that 86th Street in Lexington isn't repeated, and making sure that if Lenox Hill makes a renovation that they have to build that accessible station, and how we can actually get accessibility for everything single station. So eager to hear from you, eager to hear from DCP, and have a plan that actually gets us accessibility, not even in my lifetime, but at least in my daughter's lifetime, which is the current schedule. We can do better than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all your hard work. Our Madam Borough President, do you want to give a report now, or do you want to?
I can do it quickly because if it's all right, but I will be hopefully brief. I just want to say, Board 8, thank you. We will get the community board applications done this month so that you'll be ready for June. I'm sorry we're a month late, but there were an awful lot of applications, so just so you know that. Just small things. This issue of storefront vacancies has been going on for about 30 years and what to do about it. So with Councilmember Helen Rosenthal and others, we have a storefront bill of rights. I won't get into all the details, but what it basically says is that if you have an owner who's not willing to talk to you under this bill, it would be transparent that you would have to have a discussion between the owner and the commercial tenant. It also makes you have hopefully a lease that is more transparent, more boilerplate, that you actually have a lease. We had a whole year of discussion with small business people, some from Community Board 8, with owners, with brokers, with people who are caring desperately about this issue, like many of you in Board 8. And I think we have a bill that is not the same as the one that's pending for many years, which I know a lot of people support, but I don't think it's going to pass. And the notion of, how do you make a reasonable request of the owner and of the storefront. So I will be glad. I'll put in the chat the number of the bill and more information if you want to get it. But I just want to let you know we're trying really hard for this kind of a roadmap. It really makes the process more transparent more than anything else. And you would have a year at a slight increase depending on what the city council wants. If you are not able to come to some kind of an agreement. Also, if there is another tenant that is actually supposed to move in, it will be a different set of rules. I can't tell you how many times I can give you many examples. Owner says goodbye to the commercial tenant, which has lots of customers and doesn't want to leave and would pay more rent. And then that place sits vacant, even though the owner said, I have another tenant in mind and it's been vacant for a long time. Obviously, in the pandemic, there are more vacancies. We don't want more vacancies, but I hope that when we start to fill them up, hopefully with the owner operated, the mom and pops, and not the national chains, we have a chance of having a long-term stability for that person who is coming in. Number two, I know that some people on Board 8 don't love bicycles. I'm aware of that. I happen to like as long as they follow the rules of the road and protect the bike lanes. I know this is very controversial, but I did write a letter, which is getting a lot of discussion about the ATVs and the dirt bikes. This is a hard one because they come in groups. I don't want anybody arrested. The police cannot chase them. It's very dangerous to do so. Pedestrians could get hurt. So what we're suggesting is that when these dirt bikes have to get more fuel at the gas station, that would be a place to have some kind of taking the dirt bikes away, maybe working with the gas station, finding the gas station, all of that to be discussed. We've got these, from the top of Manhattan to the bottom of Manhattan, I am getting tons of complaints. So again, I'm always welcome ideas to have a proactive approach that makes sense for everybody. But I hope that discussion and something gets done because somebody's going to get hurt. In fact, somebody did get hurt in Inwood. A 76-year-old man was hurt this past weekend. The senior centers, I think you've seen, I have had 2 press conferences, talked to the mayor, talked to the commissioner of health. I can't tell you how many seniors want to have their senior center open. The gym is open, the museum is open, the coffee shop is open, the restaurant is open. Why not the senior centers? They would like the food, they would like the camaraderie, they would like to have, the scratch food. They'd like to be able to see their neighbors and their friends. So, you have some of the best in the world in terms of senior centers in Board 8. So we're pushing as hard as we can. And if you, as a board, do a resolution along those lines, I think it would be very, very appreciated. We do every Tuesday at 3 o'clock, I think a discussion on either vaccine or Manhattan recovery, and obviously they go together. So this past week was fantastic. It is on our website if you want to get the archive. We had Fred Dixon, who's head of NYC and Company. We had Nicola Evans, who's head of Harlem Park to Park. And we had Jonathan Rosenberg, who was with the IBO, Independent Budget Office. Phenomenal statistics about where the federal money is going. There's wonderful spreadsheets. Nobody's ever seen that before. It's never been laid out like that before. And I want to thank the IBO. I also want to thank Fred Dixon and Nicola Evans, because obviously, somehow something close to 400,000 people were employed in the employment in the tourism industry. And, you do see some of the double-decker buses going by, but we're still not up to that huge amount. So his deck of slides is also in that material that you can find on our website, and I think you find it interesting. I always want to support the Manhattan communities, and one way to do that would be to work with NYC and Company, perhaps find ways that people can come to Board 8, something that's interesting there. The bottom line is international travelers are not coming back for a couple of years. Who's coming back? Right now, it's people coming for the day. They're coming in from the suburbs, they're coming in to see a show, they're coming into a museum. They're not yet really staying overnight, and the business community has not come back. But since these are day people, they might love to go to some of your restaurants, might love to see some of your shops and so on. So I bring that to your attention. I also just want to mention in terms of money, there's money for broadband, there's money for small business. Most of the money is going to education. I mean, it is so much money. And the reason I started these 3 o'clock on Tuesday to talk about the recovery is I want to know where that money is going. And I think in your neighborhood, you should be asking the same questions. Exactly what are the schools getting? Exactly who's applying in terms of the business? And goodness knows, in terms of housing, as you heard earlier from the assembly member and the city council member, we have to make sure that the tenants do not get lost in the shuffle of ending the moratorium. I leave it at that because we're all very nervous, and I don't want to lose one tenant in the borough of Manhattan to getting evicted. This broadband money also, again, what is it that is going to Community Board 8? And then tomorrow, we hope we'll see you. It's an open meeting. I know that your chair will be there at 8:30 is the Manhattan Borough Board meeting. And I hope that you'll be able to join us. We'll put how to register in the chat. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. Thank you for all that you're doing. And just on one of the points that you raised, I'll just let you know we do have a resolution we'll be considering tonight that's calling on agencies to work with the senior centers to allow them to reopen. So let's move to the next item in our agenda, which is the presentation on Elevate Transit zoning for accessibility. So I believe the MTA and or DCP are going to be presenting here. So let's turn it over to them.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to share my screen. Oh, I'm going to need you to
Go ahead now. You can.
All right. Can folks confirm that they can just see the presentation?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, great. So thanks for having us. Good evening. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Tony Lechuga. I work with the Department of City Planning here in New York. I'm joined tonight by my colleague, Chris Lee, who works in the zoning division at DCP, as well as Marcus Book and Howie Levine from the MTA. So we're going to go through a brief overview of this zoning text amendment that ultimately aims to improve ADA access throughout the entirety of the city. If you want to hear more information after our presentation, we're happy to stay for questions. We also have detailed project summaries and annotated zoning text on our website. If you follow the website that's on the screen right now, you'll find that. Ultimately, what we're asking for at the end of this is your recommendations to the City Planning Commission about this proposal. So official recommendations are being requested from all 59 community boards, the borough boards, and borough presidents. And we're asking for those by June 14th of this year. So just keep that in mind as we go through the presentation. In 2019, the New York City Land Use Division published a Let's Go report that was entitled Zoning for Transit Accessibility. And that proposed strengthening the existing zoning tools that we have to accelerate the implementation of ADA access throughout the city. Today, the MTA and the Department of City Planning are proposing this citywide zoning text amendment that builds on those ideas that were laid out in the City Council report. So Elevate Transit, Zoning for Accessibility, or ZFA as we refer to it, is this citywide zoning text amendment. It offers two things. The first is a transit easement requirement that would apply system-wide. And the second is a new transit improvement bonus program that would apply in the highest density areas of the city. And we will get into those in much greater detail. But first, I want to turn it over to Marcus, who's going to sort of talk about the MTA's side of this, where they're at in creating ADA accessibility, what the future holds, and to sort of lay out how the MTA is moving forward with this. So I'm going to turn it over to Marcus.
Thank you, Tony. How is everybody this evening, Community Board 8? So the question is what's our current accessibility status? So first, I have a lot of experience with the Transportation Committee. This is my first time presenting to the full board or the Land Use Committee. But the MTA New York City Transit's transit system is over 100 years old and was constructed before 1950. As a result, less than 30% of subway and Staten Island railway stations are accessible. The MTA system also includes Long Island Railroad and Metro North Railroad. And while about 65% of these commuter rail stations are accessible, the greater interval between commuter rail stations magnifies the impact each accessible station has on a rider. So who's impacted by the current status? It's really important, and increasing accessibility is a key step in modernizing the city's transit system, as the lack of elevator access in stations affects many New Yorkers who have had a hard time navigating stairs. These riders include people with physical disabilities, our seniors, parents with young children, people with temporary injuries, and even just people who are transporting heavy objects. And in order to navigate the system, these customers rely on accessible stations, which may not be close to their origin or destination point. The result is that a subway ride that should take minutes can take hours. For these transit riders, more elevators throughout the system would allow for shorter, more direct trips. And this segment of the population is not insignificant in any way. Of the 8.4 million residents in New York City, over 500,000 have an ambulatory disability. We have 500,000 children under the age of 5, and more than 14% of the population is over 65. Moreover, the number of seniors in New York is growing at more than twice the rate of the total population. As the city's population is growing older, there is an increasing reliance and need for accessible stations. And making this system accessible for all of our customers is an urgent priority for the MTA. So to address these deficiencies in our current transit system, the MTA prioritizes accessibility improvements and other station improvements in their capital programs. The 2020 to 2024 capital program dedicates over $5 billion to making 77 subway, Metro North, and Long Island Railroad stations accessible. When the capital program is completed, 43% of subway stations will be accessible. Additionally, one important goal of the capital program is to ensure that no subway rider is more than 2 stations away from an accessible station. The current capital program targets stations in all 5 boroughs in order to ensure that this goal is met. And in spite of the ongoing pandemic, the MTA is acting on these goals. In the last year, the MTA opened 11 new ADA stations and awarded more than a dozen new ADA station projects. So, despite all of that, there are some challenges in building elevators in our system. And the progress can be slow because elevator construction in subway stations is particularly challenging for many reasons. As I mentioned before, stations are old and can have complex infrastructure, which make installing an elevator expensive or in some cases impossible. Within stations, platforms can be narrow, limiting the locations where an elevator can actually be placed. And at the sidewalk level, existing buildings near stations can prevent elevators from being built in the optimal place. And of course, sidewalks themselves can be too narrow to allow for clearance for an elevator. In addition to all of that, there are subsurface conditions present with decades worth of highly complex utility infrastructure, including sewers, water pipes, and electrical cables. Because of these unique challenges, often the preferable or only solution is to place the elevator and corresponding circulation elements within private property. This is not unprecedented, as there are already dozens of station stairs and elevators integrated within private properties throughout the city. So now, having given you a little reflection on where we stand at the MTA, I'll pass it back to Tony, who will continue with the remainder of the proposal.
Thanks, Marcus. So I just want to emphasize that what we're proposing is to work in conjunction with the MTA's ongoing capital budget. So that's just important to keep in mind, that that's not going anywhere. So currently today, there are zoning tools in place that help us alleviate some of those burdens that Marcus was outlining that are related to construction and transit improvements. So specifically, 2 things that already exist and that ZFA seeks to expand are 1, transit easement requirements, and 2, the station improvement bonuses. So by leveraging station access improvements where we already see investment occurring, these provisions would help speed up construction of station improvements for increased accessibility on a faster timeline. But these provisions as they exist today have certain limitations that ZFA is looking to address. So first, let's look at the easement provisions. So they do address challenges of locating new station entrances. So an easement is a small permanent space reserved in a building for the transit agency to use in the future. They've traditionally been used to provide spaces for new entrances, passageways, and additional facilities that support subway lines, things like emergency exits or ventilation structures. However, the existing easement provisions are limited to a few areas of the city. They have existed for a long time along the 2nd Avenue subway line, and they exist in some parts of Inwood, and that's it. As a result, there have been a lot of missed opportunities for the MTA to locate ADA access at optimal locations on development sites that are next to the station. The second part of this, in its limitations, is the zoning resolution contains transit bonus mechanisms. These have also been around for decades, and they help to support the creation of transit improvements. So in the densest commercial districts in the city, we have traditionally incentivized developers to provide the space, but also to construct station improvements, including ADA access. And this happens through floor area bonuses that provide additional development rights when that happens. But these are also limited to sites that are immediately next to subway stations and are in central business districts in certain parts of the city. So to address those limitations, we're proposing ZFA. So we believe that this proposal will actually create more opportunities for accessibility on a shorter timeline throughout the entirety of the transit system by leveraging tools that we already have and have been using for a long time. So again, the goals of this are sort of twofold. One, expand the easement requirement system-wide to most station adjacent sites and provide some zoning flexibility related to those. And we'll talk about that specifically. And then the second is to increase participation in the transit bonus program by increasing its area of applicability to other high density areas of the city. So let's talk about the system-wide easement requirement first. Again, these are two parts that don't interact with each other. So the first is a system-wide easement requirement that would happen for all developments and enlargements that are on zoning lots within 50 feet of a mass transit station and that are in applicable zoning districts. And those districts are anything that is a residential district above R5, commercial districts that have a residential equivalent at or above R5, and that includes C7 or C8 districts, and then all manufacturing districts. So within 50 feet of a station and in one of those applicable districts, the way it would work is that that developer would have to file an application with the MTA and the chairperson of the City Planning Commission to determine whether or not an easement is needed on that zoning lot for future station improvements. So while the certification would be required for all sites that are within 50 feet of transit stations, it's anticipated that the MTA will only ask for an easement in limited places where it's been determined that they are best suited for access or require some other improvement. So what does this look like for Community District 8? So this is an illustrative map of Community District 8 that shows where the ZFA system-wide easement would be applicable. The red line shows the boundary of Community District 8. The light green dots show the stations where the proposed easement requirement would be in place, which in this community district includes all of the stations. And then the dark green areas on the map, some of which are very small and hard to see, those show zoning lots within 50 feet of a station where the applicable zoning meets the requirements. And so those are areas where an easement may be required for developments or enlargements. So as part of this, the transit agency, in consultation with the developer and the chairperson of the City Planning Commission, would determine the necessary easement. And easements come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. So depending on the needs of that station, transit easements could vary. For example, a vertical easement, one that takes up multiple stories, could take up several floors of a building, like this image shows. This is not likely to happen in Community Board 8 because you don't have any elevated train lines. A horizontal easement footprint can vary depending on whether it's for an elevator or a new station entrance that includes turnstiles and stairs. And so because of this, we are building in some zoning relief as part of the text. So, because of these variations, the easement can take up floor area, it can occupy several floors, it can restrict ground floor uses, and it can create compatibility uses with surrounding uses. So the zoning relief seeks to address any and all of those sorts of concerns that might come up. So there are 5 specific areas where, to make sure that an easement would create minimal challenges for construction and for the use of the space around it. On a given site, zoning will provide targeted relief to those sites that are required to have an easement. So the categories of relief that the zoning would offer are floor area and open space, height and setbacks, parking, use allowances, and streetscape provisions. The parking relief does not apply to Community District 8 because there are no parking requirements. So I'm going to go over those four other areas of targeted relief that are specific to your district. So floor area and open space. The proposed floor area and open space relief includes excluding easements from floor area calculations. This would allow developers, any development, to reach its maximum FAR despite the presence of an easement on their site. And to make sure that the easements are placed at optimal locations on sites, they would be considered permitted obstructions, and where applicable, we would allow for an increase in the maximum lot coverage. And these are, these have to be demonstrated unique conditions to each site that is required to provide an easement. The proposed height modifications would allow for sites to increase their maximum height by up to 10 feet to allow for developable floor space that would be taken up by an easement. There would be, in addition to that, there would be greater street wall flexibility provided within 15 feet of easements to create better flow around those spaces. You might note on the screen, it does say for above grade easements provided in R7 districts and above, that height increase could be up to 20 feet. Again, we don't anticipate a lot of that in your district given the types of subway stations that you have. Use allowances. So these are proposed to help activate spaces around easements. So this includes allowing vacant easements to be temporarily used as commercial spaces, which is a common practice with the Second Avenue subway before it came to your district, and then in those districts where it hasn't yet been built. And then it also includes allowing retail uses within 30 feet of easements in residential districts. And this is really just to avoid a situation where an easement is placed and then immediately next to it is someone's residence. That's not an ideal location for our residents, so we would create the flexibility for allowing commercial spaces adjacent to that when you have so many people coming and going from an entrance. In terms of streetscape, the modification requirements would be provided by excluding general streetscape rules like ground floor use regulations, transparency rules, and planting regulations. And to ensure the safety of transit users entering and leaving stations, we would restrict curb cuts within 30 feet of any easements. And then on top of that, it's worth noting that because each site is unique and has potential additional challenges on top of the ones we outlined, this proposal would allow for even further flexibility for uniquely constrained sites through an additional authorization. So if a site is required to put in an easement, they would go through a certification process. And if they really think that their site is even more uniquely constrained than the things that we already outlined, they can seek an additional authorization. So for height specifically, sites could seek an additional height increase of up to 25%. Or if they request more height relief than that, they would have to seek a special permit. So again, the easement provision is a certification, and it does allow for these small bits of zoning relief related to unique sites. But if a development really feels like they need something more than that, they can seek an authorization, which turns it into a discretionary action, which gets referred to the community board. And then if they think they need even more than that 25%, they would need to seek a special permit, which would go through the full ULURP process. So that's the zoning relief. So one more thing about easements is that while the easement requirement only applies to developments, enlargements that are on lot areas of at least 5,000 square feet and in applicable zoning districts, the easements can also be provided voluntarily on a smaller site. For those sites that choose to provide an easement, the same zoning relief would apply. And that is the first part of the proposed ZFA, the system-wide easement requirement, which comes with some of this targeted zoning relief for unique sites. And that brings us to the second part of ZFA. So the second piece of the proposal is an expanded transit bonus program that would be optional for sites that are near a mass transit station. So as I mentioned earlier, today's subway bonus mechanism grants a floor area bonus of up to 20% for a significant station improvement. But it only applies to station adjacent sites in limited areas. Bonus program would do two things. One, it would continue to grant a floor area bonus of up to 20% of the maximum floor area ratio for developments and enlargements that construct station improvements. And second, it would expand the geography of where a transit bonus can be used. So the bonus would be subject to a discretionary review process in the form of an authorization by the City Planning Commission. So let's talk about the expanded coverage a little bit. So the proposed bonus would expand the geography to other high density areas. These include all R9 and R10 districts in the city, their commercial equivalents, and M16 districts. So the new transit bonus would allow sites that are within 500 feet of a station to participate in the program. They would provide a station improvement off-site to whatever station they're within 500 feet of, and that would be constructed at a station that is not immediately adjacent to them. So in terms of Community Board 8, again, this is an illustrative map showing the expansion of the transit bonus provision in Community District 8. So the blue dots show where the current transit bonus program has applicability. The pink dots show where the proposed transit bonus would now be applicable, expanding the program to additional stations within Community District 8. The orange color shows sites that are within 500 feet of the station and within an applicable zoning district that would now be eligible to participate in the program. So to receive this bonus, a development must construct a significant station improvement. The improvements can vary depending on the station needs and the bonus amount sought. However, it's important to note that if a station doesn't have ADA access, that must be the first improvement provided in order to receive a bonus. It's also important to note that the amount of bonus would be proportional to the improvements provided. So it's not that every development would get a 20% bonus. It's that they could get up to a 20% bonus. It has to be proportional to whatever improvement the MTA deems is needed at that site and they are willing to provide. It's also important to note that the floor area generated from the bonus can only be occupied once the MTA determines that that improvement is in fact built and usable by the public. So if needed, developments getting the bonus could seek additional relief from zoning provisions. So this would be in unique circumstances, but depending on what the applicant seeks, those modifications could either be subject to an authorization, similar to the easement provision, that would allow a height increase of up to 25%, or if they were seeking something more than that, they would have to go through a special permit process for further height relief. Other relief that would be made available through discretionary review and approval, including modifications to use, parking, loading, and streetscape are available. So modifications to the authorization or special permit would again be subject to specific findings to provide the relief, to prove that the relief is in fact needed. These are not just givens. So in summary, zoning for accessibility is proposing two things. Again, first is a system-wide easement requirement that would require all new developments within 50 feet of MTA stations and within applicable zoning to seek a certification determining if they must provide an easement. This is the only non-discretionary review proposed as part of this. The second is an expansion of the transit improvement bonus program, which allows for a floor area bonus in exchange for a significant transit improvement. And that happens through an authorization, which is a discretionary review that would get sent to the community board for approval. The third thing is that both the easement and bonus provisions allow for even further zoning modifications because of possible unique conditions on that site. And those have to be proven in the application. And these happen through an authorization, either an authorization, which includes an additional height increase of up to 25%, or through a special permit for anything that is beyond that. And the special permit would go through the full ULURP process. So as I mentioned at the beginning, we're currently in the public review process for this text amendment. We're asking for your recommendation to the City Planning Commission about this proposal. Again, the date that we would like those by is June 14th of this year. Thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions that you have at this time.
Thank you very much. So as members of the board know, we are going to be discussing this at our June land use meeting, but I would like to take some questions now. I think we can, take some questions for 10 to 15 minutes. What I would ask is, number one, that board members only ask questions at this time and not comment. Save your commentary for the June land use meeting when we'll be discussing what our position is on this. Number one, and then number two, we're going to do a 2-minute time limit on questions so that we can try and get as many questions in as possible. So, and Will, you don't need to show the timer as long as you have it going if we need to keep the slides up. So with that, let's go to Lori Boris if you have a question.
Go ahead, Lori, and unmute.
Thank you so much. First of all, I just want to say thank you for doing this. Here we are, 30 years after the ADA was passed, and I'm really glad that the MTA has come around to dealing with this, and I mean that sincerely. I'm very thankful. I have 2 questions. One is, we all know that elevators break down, and there was a time many years ago when they were building the Second Avenue, not the Second Avenue, the 86th Street accessibility on the 6th, I believe it was, and we argued about whether to put a second, elevator in, and that failed. So my first question is, will it be required that they build an elevator and a backup? That's the first question. And the second question is, I think that this is a problem that we all have with this system, is that all of the elevators are run or whatever, they all get repaired, I guess, by a different company. So is there any provision to sort of coordinate, the parts to fix these things when they break down? Okay, thank you. That's it.
I think that those are good questions that I'm going to turn over to my colleagues at the MTA to answer.
Okay.
Sure. So I can take that. Again, nice to meet everyone. Howie Levine from MTA. So just to answer your last question first. So we are working to, make our elevator construction more cost efficient, more straightforward, utilize kind of similar designs across our elevators so we can have, more easily available parts and more easily available maintenance. We also always are coordinating our own internal elevator maintainers as well as private contractors that we have to maintain all of the elevators we have in the system. And so we're continuing to make steps to make that happen, working closely with our own in-house system-wide accessibility office to continue to work on that and make sure our elevators are up and running as much as possible. Of course, they're not running 100% of the time because we need to take them down for preventative maintenance and things like that. So unfortunately, we're never going to see 100% reliability on our elevators because we have preventative maintenance. We take them out when the subway system is still running because it's a 24/7 system. And remind me, Laura, what was your first question?
Well, that was related to that is there any requirement that when people, going forward are going to build these, is the requirement to build 2 rather than just 1? Because like you said, there's never going to be 100%, usability.
Sure.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so there's not a requirement in this proposal or, across the MTA right now that requires to have multiple redundant elevators across the system. But as part of this proposal, that's certainly one of the improvements we could be pursuing and would look to pursue at stations that are already accessible.
And they'll get a bonus if they do that? If they say they're going to put in 2 elevators, will that increase their, the benefit that they get from the land use?
So it depends on exactly the situation, how that will work. It could be through an easement where a developer would set aside the space for us to build a redundant elevator, or it could be through a bonus and a developer would be building that redundant elevator themselves. And it could be, they could be as part of an application building 1 elevator or multiple elevators. They could be building a street to mezzanine elevator and a mezzanine to platform elevator or some combination. It really depends. It's kind of depends on exactly what the building is, what they're looking for, and what's needed at that specific station.
Okay, thank you.
Next question, Rebecca Lamore.
Similar to Lori, I want to start by thanking you for advancing these updates. They're long overdue. I personally haven't been able to take the subway all the time because of the systems and accessibility, so I'm really happy to now see that this is happening. I have a few questions. I'll save the rest for our full land use conversation on this. The first, sometimes when a private entity installs an elevator or an escalator, they're then responsible for maintenance and upkeep, and that's why we see some elevators continually out of service. Is that going to be changed? Will the MTA be fully responsible for maintenance and upkeep through this plan?
Sure. So I'll answer that in a few
Howie,
parts.
do you want me to take that?
You can go for it, Marcus.
Okay, just give me 1 second. 2 seconds, folks. Well, go ahead, Howie. I'll jump in. If
Okay,
you want.
I'll jump
Sorry
in.
about
So, no worries, Marcus. So, as part of this proposal, when there's easements created, and then the MTA comes in and builds those elevators, they're built by the MTA, they're maintained by the MTA. And then when, as part of the bonus, a developer is building an elevator off-site because they can now be within 500 feet of the station, they're maybe not immediately adjacent to it, they would build the elevator and then they would enter into a maintenance buyout agreement with the MTA. So we would maintain the elevators and essentially the developer would pay for it up front. And then in the limited cases where a developer is seeking a bonus and is adjacent to the station and they are building the elevator in their property, then they would be maintaining it. And, I will acknowledge what you brought up, that there are issues with private elevators and escalators across the system. We're well aware of that. And as a result, we have really strengthened the agreements that these developers need to enter into with us when they build those. They need to meet strict reliability standards. They need to submit, lines of credit to pay for maintenance, pay for replacement of that elevator when it's at the end of its useful life. And of course, have monitoring equipment on the elevator so we can ensure that all of that is complied with, as well as on their maintenance contract, list the MTA essentially as a beneficiary of it. So if they don't respond in a timely manner to an elevator outage, the MTA can call their elevator service to repair the elevator as well.
Thank you. My next question, so is this going to be full accessibility or partial accessibility? You're mentioning elevators, but that's just one form of accessibility in the system. For example, the Q train, they do very audible announcements. They have braille, they have escalators as well. Is this going to be full accessibility or just elevators entering the system?
Sure. So this is going to be full accessibility with a real focus on elevators, but there's nothing in the zoning text, for example, that specifically says that anything else is not allowed. We just talk about elevators since those are really the most common thing we will probably be utilizing under this proposal. But, at places where ramps make sense. And of course, just generally when we say a station is fully accessible, it includes a whole suite of other things, tactile edges on platforms, braille, you mentioned, announcements. And those are all things we're working on at a system-wide level, in addition to at station-specific level when we have these proposals like a bonus or an easement under this proposal.
Great. And what is the timeline for us to start seeing these updates, both locally here in the community for our inaccessible stations and then for the system-wide updates? Is this something 10 years from now we can expect to see, 5 years from now we can expect to see? What's the timeline?
So once this, if this is passed and goes through, I think I expect we'd see benefits from this across the city very quickly as development is continuing across the city and people build within 50 feet of a subway station, with some frequency. So I think we'd expect to see benefits from this extremely quickly in both, easements and bonus applications as well. And I can't speak specifically for the Upper East Side, but I'd say just generally we expect to see it very quickly.
Right. Next, Billy, if you have questions, and let's keep it to 2 questions per person. Go ahead and ask your questions here.
Okay, great. I'll keep it to 2 questions. First of all, thank you for the presentation. Really, really appreciate it. It's a really important proposal. The first question is looking at your graphics on which lots might potentially benefit from this program. I'm wondering whether you would expect, and this might be for DCP, mid-block lots under which currently a lot of them are zoned for R8B here on the Upper East Side. Would those stand to benefit from the height increase, which is at a minimum 10 to 20 feet, but as I understand it, could be up to 25% of the current height maximum? Would those stand to benefit under this program?
No, none of the R8B mid blocks on the Upper East Side would be affected by this proposal. None of them fall into the applicable zoning for either an easement or for the bonus. So,
got it. And then my second question is: you mentioned that the Second Avenue subway line stations could stand to be eligible under zoning for accessibility. I mean, these are really new stations, and I guess I'm wondering what types of improvements are you contemplating? You know, my concern, we have a lot of needs here on the Upper East Side. We need affordable housing, we need more schools, et cetera. So for a developer to say, no, what I'm going to do is improve the accessibility on the Q train line, which I think we already expect should be, you know, fully accessible and should be maintained. MTA has already poured a lot of money into that. Can you just walk us through what you're thinking, you know, that might actually look like over the next 5-10 years on the new Second Avenue subway line?
yeah, so I think that the inclusion of the Second Avenue subway line on the map is just for because it meets the applicable zoning and is within the 500 feet of a station. You're right. The Q train in your community district is the newest asset that the city has built in a very long time, and so much of those stations are accessible. And so I don't. It's hard to speculate, but I don't know that we would see many developments utilizing the transit improvement bonus program along that train line, simply because the MTA would have to determine that there are transit improvements that are needed along that section. And then those transit improvements would have to be commensurate with whatever bonus they're asking for. And so, yeah, if those improvements don't exist along the Q line because it is so new and already, you know, each of those stops is already fully accessible, then it wouldn't actually be, there wouldn't be an opening for developers to utilize the transit improvement bonus along that. Our inclusion of it on the map and within the text is just to show that it does meet the requirements. Whether or not they can use it or not is a completely different story.
Yeah, and just to add to what Tony mentioned, I think to just put a finer point on it, the MTA can say no to a bonus application. It's, you know, both the developer has to, you know, kind of request to have a bonus and what their improvement would be, and the MTA has to determine that there is a significant improvement that we need at that station.
All right, next question. Let's go to Marco Tamayo. If you have two questions in 2 minutes here.
Thank you. My first question is, yes, the Second Avenue subway is almost accessible. Let me tell you what happened in 83rd Street. One day I came and the mechanical stair that going up was completely shut down. Well, I was in good shape. I walked all the way up and quick. But what happened with the rest of the people? The point where I'm trying to reach is any place or any entrance to make accessible, it has to have two choices, like a means of egress. That it has to be considered means of egress for people with disabilities. Either mechanical stairs and elevator, or other kind the choices, especially if there is a problem. And the maintenance is very poor in Second Avenue. Constantly you see on 72nd, the elevators are broken. So that is a serious concern. So the basic question is two accessible access in each station. And the second question is the 20% of bonus maximum that you offer can be a right transfer or not? Thank you.
Yeah, I can answer the second part of that. No, the bonus cannot be transferred. A development cannot build something and then transfer that bonus to a different site. That is not allowed. And I think that the first point that you were trying to make about redundant, the need for redundancy in accessibility, I think this allows for that in a lot of ways. You know, if developers see that a station already has one elevator and would like to put in a second elevator, I think that would be one proposal that we would welcome as providing that redundancy. And I think for the MTA's capital budget, it's hard to, you know, they're focusing on those stations that don't already have a single elevator, and so those redundancies are not top of the list for the MTA at the moment. But this allows us to suddenly make inroads on redundancies.
All right, next question, Michelle Birnbaum.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I look forward to this project. I just want to say, and I've said this before, but it bears repeating at this moment. Many years ago, when Excel was the developer of the building on the southeast corner of Lexington and 86th Street, the Lucida, a couple of us met with Excel and requested that they put an elevator in on that ground floor. And they, in fact, agreed. And we're all set to do it, but their discussions with the MTA led to the demise of that project because the MTA insisted that Extel do the maintenance on this elevator in perpetuity. So 2 questions. Number one, there is now ground floor retail in that space. Could that be opened up again for an elevator? Second thing is, how will your balance of your 20% bonus to a developer financially balance the need to enter into a contract with the MTA by that developer that would provide maintenance for this elevator in perpetuity? I'm not sure that that's a fair financial exchange when you also talk about legal liability for accidents and, you know, whatever else that encompasses. So that's a concern of mine. If you have an answer, that would be great. The other thing is, I would assume that any of these bonuses, I'm hoping, I think I heard you say, but verify for me, please, that CBA, that the CBs, the community boards, will have the ability to weigh in with approval or disapproval on the projects that will happen as a result of that agreement.
Yeah, so I'm happy to answer your final question, and then I'll turn it over to the MTA to answer those previous ones. So yes, so the only non-discretionary action that we're proposing is the easement, the system-wide easement requirement. So that one is just a chair certification, but all the rest of this is through, does require the authorizations as well as the special permit would require discretionary review that would get referred to the community board. So the community board would have a voice in determining, you know, is this an improvement that is necessary, and is the bonus commensurate with what they're providing? So yes, those would be referred to you. And I'll turn it over to the MTA to maybe address some of those other questions.
Sure, thanks, Tony. So I can't speak to the conversations that happened with Excel around that site. I'm not familiar with it, I apologize. But I will say that, you know, when we're doing this math and these contracts and things, that, you know, we're always making sure that, you know, this is something the developer can fulfill and can maintain the elevator for as long as the legal agreement commits them to. I'm not sure if it is completely in perpetuity or if there's some other agreement. I know that they need to put aside money to ensure that the maintenance is funded, and they also need to put aside money for replacing the elevator at the end of its useful life. But in general, you know, this is something we're talking with developers and working with them on. And, you know, as Excel didn't have, this proposal gives a little bit of that flexibility and the zoning bonus that helps them finance things like the maintenance of that elevator. And that's kind of why I think this proposal will be much more successful than just kind of the one-off conversations that we may have been having with that developer.
Thank you. So I hate to cut this short, and I say that there are some other questions, but we are going to be looking at this again in June at our land use meeting. What we can do, first of all, is Tony and Marcus, if you guys can provide us with a copy of your presentation, and that way Will can circulate it, I think that would be helpful. And the other thing that we can do is for folks who still have questions, if you can pass those on to Will, he can ask those in writing, and you know, I take it you guys can get back to us, and that I think will also save us some time. So for folks who still have questions, send those to Will, and we'll pass those on and provide the answers that we get, so that we'll have some answers before we're looking at this again in June. So thank you very much for this presentation.
Yeah, happy to answer any questions that people have as they come up. Thank you.
All right, next item is the BSA application public hearing regarding 179 East 79th Street. And so if the applicant is here, we can turn it over to them.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Perfect. I would like to share my screen. Give me 1 second. Can you just see the actual presentation screen, not with the notes?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So good evening, everyone. Hopefully this will be brief. I know it's getting late. My name is Faye Baton from Sheldon Lobel PC, and I'm here to present the application, the BSA applications for 179 East 79th Street. I'm joined tonight by Mike Rosani from Michaels and Reich Architects and Juan Maturana, the super in which this application's for his apartment. So we're here today for, sorry, I'm just gonna move this. The applicant requests a special permit from the Board of Standards and Appeals pursuant to zoning resolution section 73621 to permit an enlargement of an existing super's apartment. The existing apartment is a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment located in the cellar. And the applicant seeks to enlarge the existing apartment by approximately 390 square feet to add a 2nd bedroom and a 2nd bathroom for the super's family. The proposed actions would not alter the existing building envelope and are solely interior renovations. The application also requires waivers of the multiple dwelling law and the housing maintenance code for ceiling height requirements and rear yard window requirements, as the apartment is located in the cellar. So here on the screen, we just have a map, a 3D Google image of the site location. The site is located on the north side of East 79th Street between 3rd Avenue and Lex. As you can see, it's one of the many pre-war buildings that line East 79th Street. We have a zoning map here. It's located within an R10A and an R10A C15 zoning district. The R10A zoning districts generally permit a residential FAR of 10.0. I've also provided an area map. As you can see, the building is generally surrounded by multifamily buildings, as well as mixed residential and commercial buildings. So here's a picture of the site plan. As you can see, that the site is irregular. The site is irregular. The lot area is around 6,344 square feet, and the site is currently improved with a 64,663 square foot building, which is a legal non-compliant building, which is a 10.19 FAR. And as I mentioned before, 10 is permitted as of right. As you can see here, the proposed renovation and subject to the BSA application is solely located within the cellar. There are no external enlargements proposed. Some of this is a repeat, but the building is a 15-story plus cellar building, was built around 1928, which predates zoning. The building consists of 59 dwelling units, and the application at BSA is just for the super's apartment. Here is the existing cellar floor plan. It's right now existing, the apartment is around 604 square feet, 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom. As you can see, there's an existing storage space outside the apartment, and that's where the proposed enlargement will be. Here is the proposed cellar floor plan. We're adding the 2nd bedroom and bathroom. This will provide extra space for the super because he currently has a child who has to share the bedroom with him. So it'd be nice to provide the extra space. So up here is the BSA special permit language for 73-621, which is a floor area waiver. Basically, it states that for complying or non-complying building existing on December 15th, 1961, which is applicable here, and containing residential uses, the Board of Standards and Appeals may permit an enlargement or an extension that shall not create any new non-compliance or increase the amount or degree of any existing non-compliance except as provided in this section. The section permits the enlargement of floor area by no more than 10%. So technically we would be allowed to add 6,344 square feet of floor area if we were seeking that for the application, but we're only adding 1,613. The supers unit is only 390 square feet, but since we're already above the permitted FAR with that legal non-compliance, we just basically have to add on to what's technically non-complying. And the building was built prior to December 15th, 1961. We're not creating a new zoning non-compliance. We're just asking for an enlargement of floor area. I'd just like to note that in this case, cellar space counts towards the floor area since it's a dwelling unit. Probably you've seen in many other applications, cellar floor area usually doesn't count towards the actual zoning floor area, but in this case it does. See, the existing legal non-complying floor area is 10.919 FAR, and we're looking for a 10.25 FAR. We're also required to seek MDL and housing maintenance code waivers because of the location within the cellar. So I just have the general requirements up on the screen, but just to summarize, the applicant is proposing a minimum ceiling height of 7 feet 6 inches, while the minimum required is 9, just because of the built conditions. The required ceiling height in relation to the curb level, we're seeking a waiver of that. The applicant proposes a minimum ceiling height of 1 foot 6 inches, while a 2 foot minimum is required. We're also seeking a required rear yard waiver for MDL. 20-foot rear yard is existing, while a 60-foot rear yard minimum is required. And a required waiver for window opening where width of the existing yard measures 44 feet and the depth of the existing yard actually measures 20 feet. So it's just really because we're adding a room that requires legal light and air. These are why we need those waivers. But once again, we're not actually expanding the building envelope. This is all interior renovation. So it's my very brief presentation. I'm here for any questions or comments.
Thank you. Okay, I see Michelle has her hand up. Let's go to Michelle first.
Thank you. Yeah, on the face of it, I don't have a problem with this, but I'm not sure what I saw on the slide because as you were presenting, I was thinking windows. And then I saw on one of your slides, it said that there were existing windows. So the question is, are there existing windows in your new proposed residential area, or are you cutting through to make windows?
I will share the screen again. 1 second, sorry. Sorry, looking for the, there we go. So they're actually, what do you see right now? Do you see the existing cellar floor plan?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
and in their new area, I see it says existing window.
Right, so there is a window right there for the storage, but technically the use of that area is storage. As you can see, this whole area is storage. The apartment's only in this area. So basically we're filling it in to put a bedroom here that will use the same window.
Okay, that was the question, that there's the same window. Now, if the existing apartment in its current footprint has an 8-foot ceiling, and now you're going to do a 7-foot ceiling for bedroom for the extension?
So it's actually, it ranges from, I think, around 9 feet 2 inches down. There's actually a step down into that storage area. So that's why it's a little lower. Yeah, there's a little step down right here, which is why.
I see. So from the step down to the ceiling is 7.6?
Yes, 7.5 feet, yeah.
Okay, I don't have a problem with this. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Marco.
Thank you. Well, yes, you are increased non-conforming use. The cellar is for storage purposes and you enlarge that. So yes, this is a change of, you increase the non-compliance. You said the opposite. I think it's better you're an attorney and is expert in this field, and you should say it exactly what it is. My major concern is I need to know what is the dimension of the window and what is the dimensions of the room. Can you go back on the propose and give me the dimensions? Because please provide the dimensions.
I don't know, Mike, if you also want to help out with this.
Or if the architect is right here, it's better. He can
Yes.
answer the questions myself, make easier.
Yeah, he's here tonight.
Hello, Mike Rosani. I'm with Michaels and Rush Architects, and we're the architect of record for this application. So the proposed dimensions of the bedroom are 8 foot, 8.5 inches wide by 18 feet, 6.5 inches long. And the window size is 3 foot 8 by 4 foot 6.
What is the area of the window?
The area of the window is about 16.5 square feet.
16.5. You're supposed to have 144. It's
That's
10%.
square inches, that's square inches, not square feet.
It's 10%. It's 10% of the size of the room. That's you know very well that I'm referring to.
Correct. That's correct. And if you look at the diagram, it has the area of the room at 163 square feet. Light required is 10%, which is 16.36, and the light provided is 16.47, which means it complies.
The other question that I have is, okay, go ahead, please. No, sorry.
Okay. Next, we'll go to Anthony.
No, I didn't finish. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. You were asking him to continue, or you had another question?
No, I was saying the architect was going to ask. The other question is, you have two violations at DOB because you don't want to be in compliance with the EE, which basically is the calculations of the energy of the building. So you are not planning to be in compliance? This is for the attorney. You are not to be in compliance of the EER that most of the buildings are required, regardless of the year that was built?
I know that there are 2 open violations regarding those reports. I am not the attorney working for the building itself regarding those violations. I could try to find out for the community board and follow up. I'm just handling the BSA application. Mike, I don't know if you know anything different, but we could follow up with the community board regarding the status of those open violations.
We could definitely follow up. It's not part of something that we've been retained to handle on behalf of the building. But I'm assuming that it's something that they're undertaking. It does take some time to submit those reports. So it's not that it's being ignored. It's just being worked on by another party.
You know very well that you are required to file an alteration 1 in the Department of Buildings. You have to have everything clean, especially the 2 violations. That's your requirement. That's the requirement in this case.
In order to get a CBA issued, but not for a filing and for an approval.
You increase more non compliance, non conforming use. I'm sorry. So therefore, immediately you trigger the alteration 1.
I'd like to add one more thing to your previous comment about the illegal use. There is a super apartment listed on the present C of O for the building.
That's correct.
So it's not.
You increase no more non-conforming use. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you put a new apartment. I'm saying that you increase. At the time when you increase the square footage, you increase the non-conforming use. That is the definition. Okay.
It is a conforming use legally listed on the C of O.
No, that section, the 390, that is correct, and you are fine because that's existing and that's grandfather. I'm not referring to that. I'm referring with the new enlargement. The second part, what I'm seeing is you propose also a mechanical ventilation for the apartment.
Not that we're indicating at this time, no.
You know very well it is required to have a good mechanical ventilation because you increase again no conforming use, then the quality of air for this person that's gonna live over there is going to be, reduce the quality of life. So basically, while some people have the opportunity to have air and ventilation properly, in this case, because it's the super, it doesn't require to have these kind of benefits.
I'm not sure how to answer that question. We have, there's There's 5 windows that open onto this apartment to the existing rear yard of the building, which is existing going back prior to the zoning resolution. And it has adequate light and air based upon the rules for these types of buildings.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go to the, there's a member of the public here, Craig Lamb, so let's go to him. But if you can keep your comment or questions at 2 minutes, please.
Craig is actually part of the applicant team.
I am the
sorry, I didn't
president.
realize you were raising your hand to respond. Did you have?
Okay, go right ahead, Stan.
Oh, no, I was just saying that Craig is part of the applicant team.
Okay, Craig. Yeah, Craig, we'll leave you unmuted. So if you want to respond to stuff that people are raising, you can.
Okay, yeah, I am the principal owner of J&C Land Management, which manages 179 East 79th Street. And I just want you to know, in terms of the violations, we have actually they put off the hearing several times because of COVID.
Did someone mute?
Yeah, can we unmute? Yeah.
Craig, you can unmute. I was getting feedback from Mike, so Mike, you may want to mute for a little bit. Craig, go ahead.
Go ahead, Craig. Sorry, you were saying that it was put off because of COVID.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and we have a new hearing date, and we fully intend to comply with all energy compliance and benchmarking situations we do in every one of our buildings. This was a problem. It was a slip up by the firm that did the benchmarking for us. They claimed it was in fact COVID, but it was before COVID, but we only knew it during it. So we fully intend all our buildings, we remain in compliance.
Thank you. All right, next, let's go to Anthony Cohen.
Anthony, go ahead.
Thanks, Will. Thanks, Russell. Actually, that was a pretty good presentation. Pretty good condensation of the ton of material, all of it fascinating, that Russell passed on to us. I think basically this is fine, and we can talk about the meaning of a legal expansion of a legal non-conforming use, or the expansion of a legal non-conforming condition. But the building not only predates the 1961 zoning, the building's design, construction, and building permit predates the multiple dwelling law as well. And so I don't see any. I think that the increase in floor area that the applicant is requesting is really minimal, and since everything is remaining within the same envelope, I certainly don't have any problems with it.
Thank you. Next, Rebecca.
I move to approve.
Is there a second? Do we have anybody? Some thumbs up here.
Yeah, Ed Hartzog.
Great. Okay, there's a second. Okay. Next, let's go to. Oh, no one else wants to speak. Okay. In that case, then, or Barry's probably going to call the question. Is that right?
Barry, go ahead and unmute.
Yes, please call the question.
Second.
All right. If you'd like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. Marco?
No.
Seeing no one else, the motion passes, and I'll get the final vote count for you guys in a sec.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you all for presenting to us.
Thank you so much.
Okay, let's now move to the public session here at long last. So I will be calling on people who have registered ahead of time to speak, and Will unmute you at that time. Will, do you want to go over whatever the other Zoom?
Oh, yes. So to help us find you quickly, we just ask that you will use the raise hand feature. So if you go down to the bottom of your screen, you'll see a reactions button and click the raise hand button there. And click that only once. You'll see the hand go up in our list, and we'll call on you in the order that Russell has in the list that as you signed up. If you cannot find,
go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you cannot find it there, then please go to participants, look for the raise hand feature there. And if you're calling in from the phone, it's *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute.
Yeah, and just to clarify here, so for the public session, we are calling on people who have registered ahead of time in advance to speak. We're not taking, hands raised from the floor. So only raise your hand when I've said your name so that Will can identify you, but we're not, raising your hand if you haven't signed up yet is not, we're only taking people who have signed up. So with that, let's go first, and each person will have 2 minutes from the public. So first, let's go to Drew Cohen. And if Drew is not here, we can go to Jennifer Ziplo.
Hello, can you see me and hear me?
Yep.
Hi, so I'm from the Allen Stevenson School, and we attended the Street Fairs Committee meeting last Wednesday, May 12th. And we are looking to close the street on Tuesday, June 8th from 4 to 7 p.m. And the event would be from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. An issue came up about using a food truck. So we've done away with that, and we've contracted a local pizza place to serve food as well as a local ice cream shop instead. So we just wanted to come to this board meeting, announce that, and in theory, hope to have this approved.
Thank you for letting us know that. Okay, next, let's go to, and I may not, apologize if I mispronounce this, Nicole Palame.
Nicole, please raise your hand so we can find you. I'm not seeing any name in the participants.
Next, let's go to Marty Bell.
Marty Bell, go ahead and unmute.
Thank you, Russell. First, I want to repeat what Ben said, which is there is a rally against the Blood Center Tower on Sunday at 2 o'clock on the steps of JREC. And I want to thank Ben for his leadership in this issue. We would not be where we are anywhere close without Ben Kalos. So I want to go on record as acknowledging that. If you had called on me an hour and a half ago, I would have been maybe more upset, and I was ready to say that I was being censored and denied a free speech. But I'd just rather now find out what happened. At the Parks Committee meeting this last week, the chairman made an ad hominem attack on people who were raising, I thought, valid issues dealing with Friends of St. Catherine's. And I thought because of that, and for other reasons I put in a letter, he should have not voted for cause. And I sent a letter to the community board with copies, asking Will to distribute it to the chairman. And I also copied you, Russell. I copied the first and second vice chairs and the members of the committee. And then I got a response from Will saying it went to the correct people, but I've subsequently found it didn't go to all the people to whom I asked it to be sent, which is ironic because one of the things I was objecting to of the chairman's actions was that people asked about sending communications to the Friends of St. Catherine's, and the chairman of the Parks Committee unilaterally stated, no, don't send it to them, send it to us and we'll get it to them. And here it is, I sent something to the community board asking that it go to community board members, and someone at the community board, and I don't know who, but I think I'd like to hear, decides that a request for emails to go to community board members not get distributed as requested.
All right, next let's go to Andrew Ravishar.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for inviting me to speak. I'm also speaking out
against the proposed Longfellow Blood Center land grab on 67th Street because of the inevitable climate change and medical harm included in the project. As financial capitals around the world have rushed to build to the sky, research has been emerging, particularly in China and London, who are ahead of us on the overdevelopment curve, that demonstrates that buildings emit an exponentially greater amount of greenhouse gas emissions and use an exponentially greater amount of energy after 100 feet and then after 210 feet. This increase, in turn, warms our city by trapping energy in the atmosphere, worsens our air quality through the trapping of particulate matter, and exacerbates the urban heat island effect, which can be defined as the propensity of cities to trap heat and grow considerably warmer than the surrounding natural environment. According to the EPA, locales within urban heat islands can be up to 10 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than surrounding areas. The New York State Energy Research and Development Authority recognizes the greater danger that this temperature jump would bring about with regards to rising asthma, cardiovascular, mental illness, and infectious disease rates, which would be especially relevant for the facility being discussed. The glass facade of the building would amplify the distance of this effect, and New Yorkers of color often bear the brunt of this harm. Heat islands can also worsen the impact of naturally occurring heat waves. Sensitive populations, such as children, like those on the nearby playground, older adults, and those with existing health conditions are particularly at risk during these events. As an aspiring life sciences center, the Blood Center and Longfellow should already know these facts, and maybe they already do. This development would exacerbate the environmental and medical challenges that our city already faces. Trading height for amenities is not acceptable. I'm hoping that this project is struck down so that these institutions can be a part of our community's solution, not a part of the problem. Thank you.
Okay, next, let's go to Leslie Chow, please.
Leslie, if you'll raise your hand, I'll try to call on you.
If we don't have Leslie, then we'll go to Julianne Britannia.
Julianne, go ahead and unmute.
Okay, as president of Treadwell Farm Historic District Association, on behalf of our neighbors regarding 210 East 62nd Street, a long-standing hazard and a blight on our entire district, we thank CB8 for all your time, but frankly, not much has changed since last October's hearing, in which CB8 voted unanimously to rescind its prior approval of this owner's submitted plans upon the reconsideration of the clear and present danger this owner continues to present and his ongoing irresponsible behavior as efforts continue to exceed approvals by LPC. Monday, we saw as-built drawings for CB8's further consideration, even as this owner flagrantly refuses to correct and satisfy an alarming number of 81 hazardous DOB violations, as well as 2 years of unpaid taxes to our city during its time of greatest need. We do not believe this owner should be afforded further time or consideration until these violations are certified as corrected, fines and taxes are rendered. We request that CB8 deny all requests that put forth as they pre-propose the approval of the penetration of a historically important and district conforming roof line and grossly overscaled rear extension that will forever violate the uniformity and thus privacy of our district's significant features, our gardens. The full work stoppage order has remained in place since December 12th, 2017, which the owner refuses to cure. The project remains incomplete and is grossly out of compliance with its unauthorized illegal excavations, a rooftop addition partially constructed, which height and visibility exceeds approval, and the district and immediate neighbors remain vulnerable to this out of context rear building extension, which has not yet been built, but for which the demolition substantially exceeds the approval. Please formally revoke the approval of this project and request LPC to revoke the prior certificate of appropriateness.
Thank you. All right. Before we go on with the public session, I think we are going to be joined by a special guest here in a minute or two. So we'll just.
I think he should be
Russell,
ready.
It's not a minute or two. It's right now.
Oh, fantastic. Well, it's a real privilege to be joined by the United States Senate Majority Leader, our own Senator Chuck Schumer. So thank you very, very much for being here with us.
Well, thank you, Russell, and thank you, Will, and everybody else on Great Community Board 8. First, I want to thank you for your service. I started out as a community person back in Brooklyn before I ever ran for elected office. So I know how important our community boards are. And let me just say this, I know when things go wrong, you hear about it from everybody. I just heard it from that last person, nice person on the phone. On the Zoom, rather, we don't do phone. But when things go right, no one says thank you. So I want to say thank you to all the members of Community Board 8 for your service and for your caring about one of the most important communities in New York with so many important institutions and everything else. And so, hold on, this is Debbie. Every one of my members has my cell phone, so they always call me. Deb, I'll call you back, okay? That was Senator Stabenow from Michigan. By the way, just a little note, I talk to everybody. I don't use email. I don't use an iPhone. The way I try to keep our caucus together is human interaction. It is much better than an iPhone. I recommend it. It's also more secure. Okay, anyway, so thank you all for your service to this great board. What I'd like to do in these Zoom days, I can't mix and mingle as much as possible. But I'd like to just tell you the purpose of my talk is to tell you all the things in our great American Rescue Plan. Many of them are known, some of them are not known, but the word has not gotten out to everybody. And there's no one better than the community board to spread the word in your district. So I'm going to tell you about that. But first, I'd like to just tell you about my January 6th, which will just give you some idea of where we're at. January 6th could be described for me as the best of times, the worst of times. That was the opening line in Charles Dickens' book, a famous novel, A Tale of Two Cities. It was the best of times. You may remember January 5th, the day before, was of the elections in Georgia. And we knew if the two Democrats won, we would take back the majority and I would achieve my dream of becoming majority leader. Well, it was a close election. Tuesday night, I'm up all night. It bleeds into Wednesday morning. Finally, Wednesday at 2 a.m., I'm on the computer. What's going on in Chatham County? What's going on and how many African-American votes in DeKalb County? Finally, at 4 a.m., it becomes clear that we have won. And my first emotion, of course, was one, as you could imagine, of joy, just great joy. I'm sure every one of you has set important goals for yourself, personally, or business-wise, or family-wise, you name it. And when after a long trip, which I had, with logs in the path, detours in the road, you achieve it, your first reaction is one of joy, and I had it. But quite immediately thereafter, another emotion came on to me just as strongly. And it was surprising how quick and how strong it was. And how would I describe that emotion? I looked for the right word. The word I came up with was awe, A-W-E. Not in the sense that my two daughters, teenage daughters, used to use it. Oh, gee, Dad, that movie was awesome. But rather in the biblical sense, when the angels saw the face of God, they trembled in awe. And right away, I realized the enormous responsibility placed on the shoulders of our new Democratic majority, thin though it was, and on my shoulders as their leader. And those responsibilities, almost imperatives, came in three parts. One, of course, was substantive. All the things we had to do, so much to do, to deal with climate change, which had been ignored for so long, to deal with racial inequality, which had been swept under the rug and had gotten worse, to deal with economic inequality, to deal with democracy. So much of our democracy was fading away over the last few years. So that was substantive, not just get us out of COVID, but deal with these imperatives that had been around for too long. The second imperative was political. As you know, so many of our constituents say it doesn't make a damn bit of difference who I vote for, nothing changes. Well, we had the unique opportunity, having for the first time, having a Democratic president, a Democratic House, and a Democratic Senate, to show people it would make a difference, most particularly in the things they were most waiting for, the checks, the vaccines, and getting help to get our businesses and our communities going again. And the third imperative, so that was political. The third imperative was moral. And what do I mean by that? Well, many of you may have asked the question I asked myself over and over again. How could 70 million Americans vote for such a vile man as Donald Trump? This was the most horrible human being we have ever had in high political office. He's an abject liar. He's a racist. He just wants to divide, and all he cares about is his own ego and feeding his own ego, not the well-being of the people he represents. So why'd they vote for him? And the answer I came to was this, that too many people had lost faith in the American dream. If you ask the average American, what is the American dream to you? They'd put it very simply. They'd simply say, it means if I work hard, I'll be doing better 10 years from now than I'm doing today, and my kids will be doing still better than me. When people lose that dream, they will turn to a demagogue. And that demagogue will tell them, blame this in Trump's case, blame the immigrants, blame the black people, blame the poor people, blame New York and the cultural elites. And so there was a moral imperative to restore faith in that American dream, which meant we had to create some big, bold action. No one expected us to snap our fingers and make it all go away, but they sure expected us to make it better. So I had those two emotions coursing through my veins. I can't sleep, go to bed at 4, but I can't sleep. Get in my car at 7, drive down to Washington. I'm on the floor of the Senate at 1 p.m. for the first time as the putative majority leader. And I'm not on the floor for more than an hour when a police officer in a big bulletproof vest with a submachine gun strapped across his waist grabs me by the collar like this. I'll never forget how that felt. He says, Senator, you're in danger. We got to get out of here. I didn't know what it was. He explained it to me. You may have seen this because it was captured on the security video cams overhead. They show me going out the Senate chamber door, walking briskly to the right with a police officer on either side of me. We go through a door, you then don't see us on this film anymore, which was shown at the impeachment trial. And then you see 20 seconds later, we're running out the door the other way at full speed. I was within 20 feet of these bastards, these racist, arrogant, horrible bastards. You had one of them had a gun, had 2 of them blocked off the door. Who knows, I might not be here to talk to you. And it was reported afterwards, one of them saw me and said, there's the big Jew, let's go get him. So that was the worst of times, right after the best of times. Now we're back on trying to create better times. The 400 of those 1,000 who invaded the Capitol have been arrested, and Merrick Garland has assured me the book will be thrown at them. But more importantly, we've begun to produce for people. We did produce the checks. And any family who is middle class or poor would get those $1,400 checks. We got the vaccines out to people much more quickly than they ever thought. And now we're beginning to turn the corner and seeing where they are. And we did lots of other things in the American Rescue Plan, which I'm going to spend the rest of my few minutes documenting with you to make sure we get the word out to people. Here are some of the things we were able to do in the American Rescue Plan, aside from the vaccines and the checks. First, we got tremendous help for our small businesses. They now can get PPP. It extends another round till the deadline for filing is May 31st, and smaller businesses that have 20 employees or fewer get the first priority. So please tell them to apply by May 31st. We got money for our restaurants. So many of the restaurants in your area have closed. A lot of them depend on the office traffic. There is now money for restaurants. It just passed, and they can get 45% of their losses from 2019 as a grant, and they can use it for whatever they need, rent, employees, you name it. A third of our restaurants in New York City said they would close if they didn't get help in the next few months. They will get it. We got money for our museums. Every one of the big museums in your district is going to get help. Many of them were on the verge of cutting back dramatically. We got money for Broadway. I don't know if that's not in your district, but it's nearby. And we got money to keep them going, and they're going to open in a robust way in September when they had no money previously. We got money to keep our subways and buses running. We got something called the Earned Income Tax Credit. And this may have not affect such a high percentage of people in your district, but it will in New York. It's going to take half the kids in New York out of poverty. Starting in September, If you're a single parent and you make below $75,000 a year, if you're a two-parent family and make below $150,000 a year, you will get $300 a month for each child, 0 to 6, and for $250 a month for each child, 6 to 17. It's going to take half the kids out of poverty in New York State. When a child's born into poverty, they don't get fed properly, they don't get clothed properly, they don't get proper education or health care. By the time they're 18, they're in a deep ditch. Some of them, to their credit, climb out of it. Many can't. This will prevent them from going there. And that's very, very important. We got state and local aid. Now, New York State, you have a lot of nonprofits in your district. They all get, many of them get money from the state or the city. Don't let the state or city say we don't have enough money to pay you. They do. We took care of the total deficit of the state and city government and gave them more money than actually that. We kept our subways and buses running so that no one is laid off and every train and bus route can stay going. And in fact, there's a little extra money so they can resume their capital campaign. We got money for the child tax credit. Listen to this. Paid sick leave and family leave. Every employer can get totally reimbursed for giving paid sick leave or paid family leave, and they'll get a tax credit for the total amount. Very important. So let them know they can give their people that. We also got the earned ERTC. And that means that an employer who keeps on an employee, even though they're suffering loss of revenue from COVID, will get 70% tax credit for up to $40,000 per employee. So that's like $28,000 a tax credit so they can keep their employee going. We got money for housing. If someone lost their job and is going to be kicked out of their apartment because they can't pay the rent, there's now 6 months of money to pay the rent. The state has that. Education. Our schools got enough money so they can open 5 days a week. The latest they can is September, but many will open sooner. But even just as importantly, they got money for summer school. So all the kids who were had online learning, but have to make it up for summer school because it wasn't as good, can get it. Your school board gets this money directly. New York City was favored in this formula, so they're doing very well. And they also got money for broadband. So families that couldn't afford broadband can get it, and the kids can learn remotely. We also, I don't know how many childcare centers in your community district board closed, but about a third of the childcare centers closed in our state. Fewer kids were going because the parents were staying home. Fewer kids were going because the parents couldn't afford it. Many lost their jobs or lost income. And the state regulated it, saying only 10 kids per classroom, for instance, instead of 25. They can all open up again with this money. And we got money for all the arts institutions. There are so many, our stages. There are so many little places throughout your community board where people gather to dance, to sing, to hear music, to hear comedy, to gather. These places suffered because nobody could come in. They have enough money to stay open through through December, and hopefully by then things will resume and they'll be on their own. So those are the things in this ARP. I don't know if Steve Barton is he or Steve Alika. Who from my staff is on the phone, on the Zoom here? Well, whoever it is,
Steve is here.
Barton, talk so they can see you. Come on, Barton.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep. We can hear you. Can we see you?
I don't have my camera. Sorry.
Okay. Well, Steve Barton from my staff will get you a sheet on all of this information. One more thing.
Gladly.
Money for funerals and burial. So nothing pained me more than seeing kids and even adults put their face against the hospital wall window. Oh, one of the things we saved, 2 or 3 of the major hospitals in your district would have had to dramatically cut back except for the money we were able to get them. And they give us credit for saving them. But including some of the most affluent ones, but they still had, during those early days in the spring, they had no money because of COVID. Anyway, Steve will get you all of this information and you can get it out. And the funeral thing is this. So nothing is more aggravating and painful than you seeing these children and even adults push their face against the thick glass hospital window barrier to say goodbye to their loved one who has COVID. They can't touch them, they can't hug them. And then adding insult to injury, if they lost their job, they can't afford a funeral or burial. We have 7,000 people lying in morgues. There's now money to bury them properly, $9,000 a family. Do you have that hotline, Steve? I don't have that in my notes here. There's a hotline. Anyone who's suffering from this can call and get help.
Yeah, let me grab that number.
Okay, we'll get you that number. And Steve Barton, Russell, and Will get you a sheet of all the things we talked about. And please send it out to the community board members, and board members, please send it out to all the people you're affiliated with in your community board. Okay, with that, I'll stop. Here are some of the things we're trying to do now. We're trying to legalize marijuana. We're trying to get $50,000 of student loans forgiven by the federal government. We are trying to get, of course, the president's American Families Plan and American Jobs Plan passed, and we're trying to get S1 passed, which will take away, if we don't do it, 10 million people will not be able to vote because these Republican legislatures are being vicious in preventing poor people, Black people, urban people, young people from voting. So that's some of our agenda in the future, but I don't want to take too long because I want to leave time for your questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that information. We'll certainly get the information out to the board and to the community. I have a question to start off here, and then I see that some other folks have questions also. So you mentioned a lot of the great stuff that the Senate is working on and has on your agenda. And, you know, of course, it's very important. And, you know, there are many people who think that democracy itself in this country is under threat right now.
It is.
So my question is, it seems like all of these things ultimately come down to whether they're going to be able to be passed, you know, procedurally in light of the filibuster. So the question is, what can be done about the filibuster? What are you going to do about the filibuster?
Okay, there are some things that can be done without the filibuster, can be done by this arcane process called reconciliation. And we will be able under reconciliation to do almost all of the president's American Jobs Plan, which is a massive infrastructure plan and an environmental plan. It has my proposal for Clean Cars for America, where all our cars will become electric and the federal government will put in charging stations and everything else. That can all be done by the way, if we pass this plan, there'll be money to complete the 2nd Avenue subway all the way up to East Harlem and all the way down to Lower Manhattan. So that'll be a high priority project, as well as Gateway, which is not in your district, but affects your folks, and the East Side access, so that, you know, the Long Island Railroad can go into Grand Central. But in any case, those can all be done with 51 votes by reconciliation. But there are things that are not spending. Anything that we're spending money or cutting money, raising taxes or cutting taxes, can be done through reconciliation with just 50 Democratic votes. Now, it's not easy to get those, but that's the case. But for things like Voting Rights Acts, S1, you got to do it either through getting 60 Republican votes or through changing the rules and going to and changing the filibuster. S1 is vital. Why is it called S1? It's the same as HR1 in the House, because I get the privilege of picking the first 5 bills that are the most important and giving them numbers, and I picked HR1 as S1. And it's vital to our democracy. These Republican legislatures are despicable. You know, in a democracy, when you lose an election, how are you supposed to make up for it? You're supposed to win over some of the people who you lost. In a dictatorship like Orban in Hungary or Erdogan in Turkey or even Putin in Russia, when you lose, you try to take away the right to vote. And that's what these legislators are doing. I'm not going to get into great detail, but let me tell you what 3 or 4 of them are trying to do. If you want to vote by absentee, you got to have a notary public come to your house. Well, I'm sophisticated, or I'm not unsophisticated. I wouldn't know how to get a notary public to my house, let alone a poor, Black, young person in one of these other states. So we have no choice. Failure is not an option. So our Judiciary Committee voted on S1 last week. 9-9. Every Democrat, yes. Every Republican, no. It's even because the Senate is even. But I have the ability to bring it to the floor of the Senate, which I will. And we'll first put it on the floor and we'll see a few of my colleagues, notably Manchin and Sinema, they say, let's try bipartisanship. I believe in bipartisanship. So we'll put it on the floor. Let's see how many Republicans vote for it. And if we don't get the 10 votes, which is likely, we will have a caucus. We will put our heads together and we will figure out how to get this done. There are a variety of ways to get it done and we have to. And I will do everything I can to get it done. I'm very hopeful that can happen.
Thank you.
Can I say one other thing about this, Russell?
Sure.
So how do we get these things done with a Manchin or with a Sinema who's, okay. I have a leadership team, 10 senators. We meet every Monday night at 4:45. And we discuss the week and the month. Who's on my 10 senator leadership team? Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, our two most liberal senators, progressive, and Joe Manchin and Mark Warner, our two most conservative senators. And every week we discuss everything. And I ask for three things in that meeting, in those meetings. One, respect each other. Don't call names. So-and-so's not voting for it because they're a coward. So-and-so's not voting for it because they're bought off by this industry. That doesn't persuade people. Second, realize we all walk in the other person's shoes. West Virginia is not New York. But third, if we don't have unity, we collapse. We have nothing, and we will lose the Senate. And so far, on the big three challenges that we faced in the new year, impeachment, getting in the president's cabinet, and the ARP, which is the strongest, broadest, and most progressive legislation since the Great Society, or maybe the New Deal, we had every Democrat on board. So I hope the same thing will happen, and that's what I'm working to get done.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate the reference to civility in your meetings because that's something that we take very seriously here in the community board also. So with
you
that,
don't win people over by calling names at them. He is, I had one of my Congress members, very sophisticated, called me up and said, just tell Manchin you'll take him off his committee. He's the chairman of the Energy Committee. I said, sure, I'll take him off the committee. And what'll he do? He'll become a Republican. They'll appoint him head of the committee. And then you'll never call me again because we'll only have 49 votes. It won't even matter. Anyway.
So we'll take some questions or go to questions here. Let's go to Billy Freeland from the board.
Hi, Billy.
Hi, Senator. I hope you're doing well. 8 years ago, I had the privilege of being a law clerk for you on Senate Judiciary. And one of the highlights of that summer was our work on the DC Circuit nominees. And
yes.
We eventually got Judges Millett, Pillard, and Wilkins. And this is my question. Can you talk about the urgency of judicial nominees and your optimism, or if you lack thereof, perhaps, about how many we'll be able to get in this next year? I think it's incredibly important. And specifically on this, I think we need more public defenders on the federal bench. Can you talk about that priority specifically and how you want to see that be shepherded
through? To answer your
through?
second question first, my first nominee to the Second Circuit was just announced yesterday, and she is a public defender. I have appointed more people of color to the bench than anyone in the United States. She's an African-American woman. She's been one of the leading public defenders in the country, and she's going to go on the Second Circuit. More generally, Trump appointed 230 judges in his 4 years, and so many of them, folks, were despicable. Not just right-wing, but nasty, no morals. I think a couple of them were corrupt, to be honest with you, but Trump, I despise the man. He didn't give a shit. Okay. But here's the other side of it. Obama, it took 8 years, but appointed 300 judges. So we still have a little more Obama judges than Trump judges. But here's the best news. We have 100 vacancies. In the district court, we can just push them through. It only, as you know, Billy, it only takes 2 hours of debate. And we will. And we're starting to process them now. We couldn't do it in the first few months because all of our appointments had to be the president's cabinet, the assistant secretaries, and everyone else. But we're starting this week. The Judiciary Committee voted out the first slew of judges. And there are 100 vacancies, and we will fill those quickly in the district court. On the circuit court, there are fewer vacancies, but it's very important. And here's what we're trying to do. Here's our little plan. You got to be careful and do it delicately. We're trying to get some of the circuit court Democrats to take senior status, which means you still have a full docket, but allows us to fill it with another Democrat. And what's his name? Now I forgot his name. He worked for Moynihan. He was the head of the Second Circuit. I'll think of his name in a minute. But anyway,
Katzman?
What?
Katzman?
Yes, Katzman. He just took senior status. So we're urging that. And I think we can, if we work at it over a year, we will redress the balance and get the judiciary back to a much more mainstream position than these hard right-wing people. And we're appointing a lot of public defenders and people. It used to be mostly clerks. It used to be mostly partners in big shot law firms and prosecutors. We're going to expand that list to make it far more diverse. And I look for diversity. So as I said, I've appointed more people of color to the bench than anyone else in America, and I want to continue to do that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next let's go to Craig for a question, Craig later. And we're going to do board member questions first and then go to the public if we have time.
Yeah, I have a little bit of time.
Okay, terrific. Go ahead, Craig.
Good evening, Senator Schumer. Thank you so much for being part of this discussion and for joining us tonight. And thank you for all of your loyal opposition to the last administration and that horrible person. I want to talk about a word many people haven't uttered in many years, earmarks. So as Community Board 8 Transportation Committee co-chair, I want to thank you, of course, for helping rescue the MTA and providing what I believe it was about $6.5 billion to make up for the lost revenues and all the
total of 6.5 in this bill and 8 billion in the last two bills, 14.5.
That's amazing. But we still need more. We can never have enough to secure a long-term transportation future, especially since ridership on transit will probably take at least a few years, if not more, to recover to pre-pandemic levels. So I know you mentioned Gateway and East Side access, but we have so many other critical needs across the MTA network. We spoke about accessibility tonight, signals and everything from the Fast Forward Plan and other initiatives. So my question is, how do you see these being integrated into the infrastructure bill? And do you see these as potential earmarks now that the rules permit earmarks?
Okay, two questions. First, we hope to get a very large increase in the public transportation sector, increasing the ability to do signals and all of that you talk about, also making it more resilient and greener. Both are important. Second, it looks like earmarks are coming back, which allows, it was a dirty word because some people abused it. There was that bridge to nowhere where $300 million was spent on 30, but they used to be done in secret and you never know who put them in. So we're going to reform them. It all has to be done public. It all has to go to nonprofits or governments or governmental agencies like the MTA. And you have to attach a name publicly to it, okay? So no one can sneak something in and say, I didn't know this was there, which of course they did. So earmarks may come back. The House is for it. The Senate Democrats are for it. That's us. The Senate Republicans, McConnell being I won't use the dirty, if I was back in Brooklyn, I would use all the dirty words I want, but you're a very nice board in Manhattan, so I won't. But McConnell being the you-know-who that he is, says no earmarks. But Shelby, the head of the committee, wants earmarks. So we're trying to work it out that whoever wants earmarks can put them in. And if we do, I'll put a lot in for New York. And you should send me some of them that you're interested in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next question. Let's go to Lynn Strong-Shinozaki.
Hi, Lynn, wherever you are.
Hi, Mr. Schumer, Senator Schumer. I am
I'm from Brooklyn. You can call me Chuck. Chuck is okay.
Chuck, I am so proud of you. I am so proud of Biden becoming our president. I'm so excited about the future. And what I wanted to do is ask two questions. The first is, will you please make sure that the people who are involved with the insurrection are held accountable?
Yes, I talked to Merrick Garland himself about this. They're despicable. First, they should be punished on the merits, on the moral merits. But second, let it stand as a warning to anyone else who might try.
And I'm hoping that every single one of them is held accountable to the full extent of whatever criminal.
I'm with you, Ms. Strong-Shinozaki. I am totally with you.
Thank you for that, sir. And my second question, in terms of talking about potential earmarks, because of the pandemic, New York City walked away from a lot of their zero programming and doing some things that would benefit the city in terms of, composting and some of these things that really we need to move forward to. And I'm hoping that you will help facilitate this city to get back on track for creating a zero waste environment for the entire city.
Yes, very much so, and it's part of our infrastructure bill. I'm one of the two lead sponsors with Eddie Markey of the Thrive Agenda, which is a very strong, saying, yes, do infrastructure, but do it in a resilient, green way. I'm also the author of one of the major environmental pieces of Biden's bill, which is Clean Cars for America, which will replace our internal combustion engines with electric and then hydrogen.
And the last thing I wanted to comment on is I worked with you years ago on affordable housing issues. We were part of the predatory equity and stopping that.
Yes. Oh, that was horrible. Yes.
Yes. Sir, what I'd like to ask you is, will you support the city in really stepping up its game in terms of affordable housing?
Yes. In this bill, first, we're trying to get 40 billion more than Biden proposed 40 billion for public housing. We propose 80. That should give New York about 40 to really upgrade our public housing. But second, in his Build Back Better is $213 billion for affordable housing, not public housing. And it is the most that's ever been put in, and New York will get a big chunk of it. One of the things we've already done, which helps somewhat with affordable housing, since you know this issue, is we've achieved the floor of the low-income housing tax credit to be 4%, which had been long a goal of the affordable housing community. We're trying to make it higher, but that's a damn good start.
Thank you so much for all you're doing, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And in the interest of trying to give as many folks as possible a chance to ask a question, I'm going to ask folks to keep it to one question per person here. So let's go to Sherry Weiner next.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Wanted to ask you a question about the Middle East. Obviously, we were all very upset with the killing that's going on, but I wanted to refer to your call, the need for unity in Democrats. Yet we have many Democrats, especially more in the House, I guess, and in the Senate, who have been promoting the Palestinians, even though obviously American foreign policy is supporting Israel. And I'm just wondering if you are concerned that this may be another factor that splits the Democratic Party.
Well, you know, there is a movement in the Democratic Party to understand that we have to, I believe there ought to be a ceasefire right now.
Yeah, of course.
And, you know, the Israeli government is not quite there, but Biden's pushing them. But I think the belief that we need a state of Israel and the United States needs a relationship with the state of Israel that's strong is good. But I do think, and I have to tell you this, that, you know, sometimes Netanyahu goes too far. So that's, I think, where the mainstream of the Democrats are.
Thank you.
All right, next, let's go to Peter Patch.
Now, I went to college with a Peter Patch. Is it the same one?
Happy 50th reunion, Chuck.
It is you.
Yeah, it's
Who was
me.
your cousin who was my friend? What was his name?
Steve Coit. Steve Coit.
Steve Coit. How's he doing?
Oh, he's great. He's
Stephen
done 25
Ellsworth
portraits.
Coit. That's his name. Stephen Ellsworth Coit.
That's the guy.
You had black hair once, Peter.
I call him my twin. No,
Peter
just one-
Patch. Wow, we were in the same class.
That's right. I have huge attention, as I'm sure you do, on bringing back our kids from COVID, from, you know, pre-K, universal literacy, particularly, you know, the poor kids, you know, black, brown, and otherwise. We got to do everything we can to be sure we capture them, because otherwise we're going to lose a half a generation. You know,
Well, this child tax credit and the earned income tax credit will take half these kids out of poverty is a huge thing. It's one of the
that
most.
is absolutely phenomenal. Congratulations on that. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Now we're trying to extend it beyond COVID.
Absolutely. Fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next, let's go to Sandrea Coleman.
Hi, greetings, Senator. I know you are, I'm a public housing resident. I live in Isaac Houses, and I know you are touring different developments.
Yes.
Talking about the bill that will help us. You're trying to double it. And I just want to press you and, you know, to make that happen for us, because it's really, you know, The conditions are not great. It's unhealthy where we're living at. I've been fighting against privatization and fighting for funding since 2015. And, you know, I just hope that you can make this happen for us, because most of, you know, essential workers are in public housing, municipality workers are in public housing. I'm a former NYPD employee. I used to supervise payroll. So it's different variations of incomes and people in there. And, you know, we call it home, and we want to preserve our homes without privatization. And I've also been in touch with your people, your team, your press and everything, for you to come on our podcast one night as well to talk about your bill to our viewership.
Well, first, I'd love to do that. So Steve Barton, who's on the phone from my staff? Is it Steve Barton, Julieta Lopez, or Steve Alika?
This is Barton.
Barton, show yourself. I like people to, oh, yeah, that's right. You're not on. You don't have your camera.
Yeah, sorry.
Steve Barton, you work with,
we'll follow
what was
up.
the name of the lady? I didn't see her square light up.
Yeah, Sandra Coleman.
Ms. Coleman, I'd love to go on your show. This is one of my highest priorities, to double the amount for public housing. I know how it is. In the 70s, when you went into public housing, it was nice housing. Now there's mold, now there's rats, now there's broken elevators, now there's boilers who don't work. It goes on and on and on, and we're gonna fight hard for you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna follow up with the email with your team as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Harrison Pearson Paynes.
Thank you. So first and foremost, thank you so much, Senator Schumer, for joining us today. It really does mean a lot. It really does mean a lot to have a high-ranking official as yourself join us and listen to some.
Harrison, I'm just Chuck from Brooklyn.
Well, welcome, Chuck from Brooklyn. I'm Harrison from the Upper East Side. So, my question to you is that I live in a family, right, where many of my relatives have been lifelong performers, right, musicians and gig workers. And as we know, COVID has absolutely ravaged the music and performance industry. And, you know, you referred earlier to the Democrats' plans to try to, you know, aid performance venues. So what are some of the plans from the Democrats in the Senate, and possibly, you know, bipartisan plans too, to try to help out those who have been, you know, most direly?
Well, the venues, you're on the money, Harrison. The venues help, because once they can come back, our performers will have a place to perform and get paid. But what about until then? So what we did is we enhanced unemployment benefits. So in addition to the state unemployment, you get more than $300 a week. But we worked with the freelancers union and the gig workers that those folks couldn't get unemployment under state law. They now can. We forced the state to do it, and we increased their unemployment benefits an additional $300 a week. This is not going to make them rich, but it'll let them survive until these venues can come back to life, which should be in the next several months. But I really care about it. The arts are so important to New York, and I had to fight to get this done. Save our stages, and it's going to save Broadway too, by the way, which isn't quite in your district, but it's close enough. Your restaurants must benefit from Broadway anyway.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we can take one more, Russell, then I got to run.
Okay, let's go to Valerie Mason.
Hi, Valerie.
Hi, good evening. Nice to see a boy from the outer boroughs doing well. My question to you is, in the payment of the infrastructure plan, there's going to be an increase in taxes. How are we going to get our SALT deduction back? I mean,
Okay, I'm glad you brought it up. We have to get the SALT deduction back. It is vital. And this idea that it only helps rich people is wrong. The vast majority of people helped in New York are middle class, but we pay a lot of taxes. Let me give you an example. I was on with the community board from Southeast Queens. It's a middle-class African-American neighborhood, St. Albans, Rosedale, places like that. You know the number one thing they asked me about? SALT. They're all paying too much. These are bus drivers and nurses and firefighters and people like that, number one. But number two, this was a dagger aimed at the heart of the blue states. States like New York, which are willing to tax higher to provide more services for poorer people and middle-class people, provide better education, provide a higher education, should not be penalized. They never were before. So it is a very high priority to get rid of the SALT cap all the way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you very, very much for the time that you've given us here. I mean, we really appreciate it. You've been very generous. Thank you very much for the work that you're doing. Thank you for taking all the questions that you've taken, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you all for your service on a great community board. You have a great reputation. Deserved, I see now that I've spent some time with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Schumer.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. I just want to read the count. The previous vote was 43 yes and 1 no.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's resume here with the public session. So the next public speaker is going to be Carter Potash.
Carter, you can go ahead and unmute.
Thank you. I have lived next door and am speaking in opposition to the application of 210 East 62nd Street to approve an illegal rooftop addition in dimensions far larger than previously approved by LPC. CB8 Landmarks and CB8 made a terrible mistake some years ago when they approved this bizarre rear extension, larger than ever approved since this historic district was founded, with a zinc cover over the entire rear facade. The approval was made with misleading and inadequate information provided by the applicant. To their credit, a CB8 Landmarks Committee now acknowledges this was a terrible mistake. But some years ago, LPC gave weight to CB8's original opinion and approved this application, the original application. But since then, the developers built a rooftop addition that is, as I said, larger than approved, and which also actually encroaches onto my own roof. I contacted the developer and he agreed to pay for a survey. The survey confirmed the encroachment, but now the developer says the survey he paid for was wrong, or if it's correct, that the encroachment is what he calls normal, whatever that means. So we all ask you to reject this current application, but more importantly, to urge LPC to revoke the entire approvals previously issued. It may be unusual, but we need your help to reverse this wrong. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Vanita and James Solomon. I see they have their hands up, so they're ready.
Hi, I'm going to give, can they hear me?
Can you hear us?
Yep, we can.
I'll give my 2 minutes to my husband, so he can speak for both of us.
I will not take the full floor, Chair Squire. I'll just, Russell, I'll be briefer than
go
that.
ahead.
Okay, my name is James Solomon. I live with my wife, Vanita, and our children at 212 East 62nd Street. I'm also a former board member of CB2 and was an intern for Congressman Schumer in 1983, a long time ago, from Chuck from Brooklyn. My remarks here are in reference to 210 East 62nd Street's application before CB8's Landmarks Committee. We live immediately next door to 210, as does Carter. Unfortunately, no words can adequately convey the depth of 210's misconduct and misrepresentation since 2016. Given my time limitations, I'll defer to others to inform the full board about 210's 5 stop work orders, which have shut down 210 since 2017, December 2017. And perhaps others will detail for you 210's more than 80 DOB violations and its nearly $400,000 in unpaid fines. Hopefully, CB8's David Halpern will describe to the full board, as he did to the Landmarks Committee this past Monday, that he's never experienced an applicant whose conduct has been so egregious. I wish to use the remainder of my time to focus specifically on 3 direct impacts on our property at 212 to give you a flavor for what we and the community at large are dealing with at 210. Example 1. 210 illegally and dangerously excavated beneath the foundations of 3 1870 row houses in the Treadwell Farm Historic District, including our own, without authorization or even notification. No effort has ever been made by 210 to safeguard its neighbors' properties. In fact, we only learned of what 210 did when it attempted to get a court to give it after the fact permission for its permanent trespass, which the court denied. Example 2, 210 erected its penthouse over its property line on both its east and west sides, including on our own, without authorization or notification. Once again, 210 sought after the fact permission for an illegal trespass. Example 3, 210 penetrated one of its steel beams through the party wall and into our fireplace, forcing, among other things, the fire rating separating our two buildings to be compromised, increasing the risk of fire to buildings in this historic district. As I explained to the Landmarks Committee on Monday, there is a method to 210's madness. Misrepresent the facts, build as it chooses, hope to get away with it, and only seek approval if caught. A case in point, in September 2020, 210 stated in writing to CB8 the as-built measurements for its 4th floor, its penthouse, and its 3rd floor elevation, which dictates the height of its rear yard extension. 9 months later, though the site has been shut down and no building has taken place, suddenly their measurements are all higher. Asked to explain the major discrepancy between what was approved and what it built, 210's architect of record offered as an excuse to the Landmarks Committee, quote, somehow things just ended up a bit higher than anticipated, close quote. Members of CB8, ever since it's first appeared before CB8 in March 2016, the applicant at 210 East 62nd Street has continuously, falsely, deliberately, and maliciously misled this board. The last line of CB8's October 14, 2020 letter to LPC reads, therefore be it resolved that the Landmarks Preservation Commission fully investigate this project and revoke its certificate of appropriateness. Nothing has changed to suggest otherwise. We urge, we plead with CB8 to do everything within its power and persuasion to implore LPC to revoke 210's certificate of appropriateness, which was obtained under false pretenses. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Donna, I think Donna Messenger.
Donna, just confirm unmuting on your screen.
I want to go back to zoning. Yeah. Thank
Go ahead. Yeah, you
you.
can.
I want to go back to accessibility. The presentation that the MTA gave was great. And as a woman in a wheelchair on the Upper East Side, I'd like somebody to just step in my shoes one day and see how hard it is to get into any subway, go back and forth, find that they're not accessible. I mean, everything should just be accessible. It should be an accessible city. And what they want to do is a great start to get things moving, and it's cost efficient. And everybody should have equal access to everything. So I just want to reinforce how important and good it is. There should be no reason that I should have to map out only elevators or be with people and not be able to get on the subway or be able to go one way and not the other. It could be a great start to making the city even more accessible. There's nothing against it.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Christopher Lee.
Christopher Lee was one of the presenters from the...
Oh, my mistake. Okay, then let's go to Lo Vanderbilt.
Lo, just confirm unmuting on your screen. Lo Vanderbilt, just hit the button on your screen to confirm unmuting. One more chance, Lo.
And also, if Drew Cohen or Nicole Palame or Leslie Chow are around and still want to speak, we can go to you as well.
Am I?
Yes,
am
so
I
there you go. You got it.
Oh, I apologize. I just want to say about 210 that 5 years ago, and we rarely speak out in Carnegie. My name is Lo Vanderbilt. I represent Carnegie Hill neighbors. We rarely speak out against other applications outside of Carnegie Hill, but we were very supportive of the Solomons 5 years ago. We thought the building was outrageously large in context. And also the rear had very strange features. That's okay. That said, I want to move on to my main point of concern, which is the subway access proposal by the MTA. Of course, we're concerned for access, and we regret that when the 86th Street elevator was placed there, it didn't go 2 floors down. It only went 1 floor, and there wasn't a second elevator for opposite side of the street, so that both directions could be served. But I am very concerned about the trade-off between height and the elevators. The elevators are a duty of the MTA, but now they're going to finance this with increased height. We've seen this before with playgrounds being sacrificed for schools to fund schools in the Marx Brothers case, which hasn't been totally resolved yet, thankfully. And now we're seeing it with the subways that will increase the height of allowable height by 25% at least. And this is very concerning. And we think also that maybe the area should be curtailed to only 1 block in all 4 directions, and with the block size being the typical block between streets on the avenue.
Thank
So
you.
I hope this will be looked into as we continue the discussions. Thank you.
Okay, that is it for the public session. Donna, I'll just let you know we are going to be looking at this at our June land use meeting next month. And so we'll have an opportunity for more comment from the public and the board on this issue then. And that's on our agenda for that meeting. So with that, let's move to the next item on our agenda here. So let's do the elected officials reports.
If all the elected officials or reps would just please raise their hand, it would help us call on you to make sure each of you gets a chance to speak. Russell, you want me to call on them?
No, I'll do it. Let's go with Rebecca Grigas, please.
Okay. Rebecca, go ahead and unmute.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. This is Rebecca from Assemblymember Dan Court's office. I hope you're all doing well. For my report, we sent out a lot of letters to different agencies this month, and I would like to tell you about them right now. So the first letter is that the Assembly member sent a letter to the Board of Elections asking about the preparations that they will be doing for this June's primary. Such questions included about educating poll workers on the new ranked choice of voting, mask mandates, as well as procedures on how lines will go, because I know that was a big issue last year, so we wanted to know what they will be doing. We have not received a formal reply yet on that, but we have learned the Board of Elections will be putting funds towards educating poll workers on ranked choice voting, so that's one good sign. The second letter that we sent out is regarding unemployment insurance. We sent a letter to the Department of Labor. We are just very much struggling still with trying to get folks help with their unemployment insurance claims. And we just want more clarification on what we should do to help them out. And we have not received a reply on that as well. But, we hope that it will push them to give us more clear details on how folks can help themselves and as well as we can help others. The final letter that we sent out this month is regarding opening senior centers in Manhattan and all throughout New York City. Like the Manhattan Borough President said earlier, we believe senior centers are a safe haven for many of our constituents, and we do support reopening them. So we sent a letter to the mayor and to the commissioner of the Department of Aging to hope that something gets started. And as always, if anyone needs help with anything state or city government related, I will put my information in the chat, and please feel free to reach out if you need help. Thank you.
Thank you. I did see, I should have checked with Betty Cooper Wallerstein, who had her hand up before, and I don't know if that was related to Senator Schumer, if you would want to speak in the public session, but if you still want to speak, you can raise your hand, please. But in the meantime, let's go to Violet Gear.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're having a good evening. I will try to be brief. Thank you for your time.
First, in response to the emergency blood shortage, our office is hosting a blood drive at the Church of Heavenly Rest on 5th Avenue, June 24th from 10 to 4 p.m. So I'll post a link to register in the chat. Please share the information with your friends and family because you do have to register in advance. If you're interested in volunteering, also please let me know if you can't donate and you just want to help out. We would love that. So your donation is saving lives. Thank you for your contribution. Next, our office will be hosting with community boards 5, 6, and 8, of course, a town hall about ranked choice voting on June 1st at 6 p.m. This event will help educate New Yorkers about this new way of voting, so more details will follow on that. Lastly, budget negotiations are continuing. The City Council is currently going through negotiations with the mayor regarding adjustments to the executive budget, which will result in the adopted budget. This has to be agreed upon by July 1st. So our office will be very busy over the next few months, making sure we're prioritizing topics and expenses that are critical to our district. And as always, if you need anything else, I'm always here to help. Please reach out if you need, assistance with any issue. And thank you so much for your time. Thanks, Russell.
Thank you. All right, next let's go to Betty Cooper-Wallerstein.
Betty, it's *6 to unmute.
Thank you.
There you go.
Hello. Thank you so much, Russell. I did put my request in early. That was a real treat that we had this evening. But I have a question for you. For the past year, a little more than a year, things changed in terms of the community's opportunity to speak or to get an answer, actually. In past, people would come up in the community airtime to raise a question, and then everything would move on. But if whatever that question was to whichever committee, whether that committee was not planning to speak because they didn't have a vote, but someone answered the question. Now, most recently, I see that that's not happening. And what I would like to ask you very much is that we did hear a question from Mr. Bell, and I would like to have that question answered. And would you kindly do that for me, for us?
So,
because there is no more time as far as the community. We've had a very full evening. But that's a question that's quite important to many of us, and I would like to hear an answer.
okay, so in regards to the general point you've raised, I think if there are, well, there's a couple things that I'll just say here. So first of all, when issues come up that do relate to a particular committee, we do often refer them to a committee. So that does happen. In general, I think unless something really does require an immediate response, in the interest of time, I prefer to just move on to comments. In terms of the particular question that Marty raised, really, I think the simplest issue is just that he didn't raise an actual conflict. The conflict rules are very specific. The issue that's laid out in the letter doesn't actually raise a genuine issue under those rules. So for that reason, there's really nothing more to do. I'll just add that I think Marty, in his remarks, referred to ad hominem attacks and that kind of thing. And it seems to me that pretty much the entire substance of the letter was in that vein. So
Russell,
I really want to take up time.
I don't agree with you. Excuse me 1 minute, Russell. I'm
We're
not
limited
talking
here.
about
This is in the public session. It's 2 minutes per person, and that's a brief answer to the question that you raised. So to the extent that there was a legitimate issue raised or a genuine sort of substantive question raised, the answer is there's no actual conflict. There's really nothing to deal with about it. Let's move next to Audrey Tannen.
Hi there, everyone. I'll be very, very quick because you've already had a full meeting and a full meeting still to go. Number one, Liz will be there joining most of you on Sunday for the rally in opposition of the Blood Center. Number two, next Thursday, we are having a virtual town hall on healthcare costs and benefits. We understand a lot of people are turning to Cobra. Cobra prices are very, very high. So we will be having experts from Community Service Society join us to talk about the different plans available under the Affordable Care Act. And finally, we did send to Will, and he did share it with the Congestion Pricing Committee, a letter that Liz initiated. It was a sign-on letter with Manhattan electeds sent to MTA Chair Patrick Foy, requesting that the mandated public meetings regarding congestion pricing happen. To date, we haven't gotten a response, but as you can imagine, Liz will continue to call until the request is honored. Thank you so much and have a good rest of your meeting. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, next, Terrell Brock.
You can go ahead and unmute.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Terrell Brock, and I'm community liaison from Senator Jose Serrano's office. I hope everyone's doing well. Senator Serrano and the Senate majority have passed groundbreaking environmental legislation. The bill S1421, sponsored by Senator Jose Serrano, prohibits the lease of state forests, wildlife management areas, and unique areas for the purpose of gas production. As we face the realities of climate change and the threat fossil fuels pose to our communities, Senator Serrano is proud to sponsor legislation that will prohibit any new leases for oil drilling or state protected forest lands. This bill will ensure more than 1 million acres of sensitive forest and wildlife management areas are protected from drilling activity. Also, I would like to mention that $15 million are available to help low-income New Yorkers who suffer from serious health issues exacerbated by heat to stay cool during the upcoming summer months, administered by the State Office of Temporary and Disability Assistance. The funding through the Home Energy Assistance Program provides an air conditioner to eligible households with a family member who suffers from a medical condition that can be aggravated by extreme heat. Applications for coolant assistance are accepted at local departments of social services from now through August 30th or until funding runs out. Assistance is provided at first come, first serve basis. You can apply at access.nysc.gov. Also, the Senator's office continues to distribute hand sanitizers and masks to individuals in need. If you or someone you know is in need of supplies, please do not hesitate to call our office at 212-828-5829 or send an email to serrano@nysenate.gov.
Thank you. All right, next I want a little out of order here. Let's do adoption of the agenda. If someone wants to just give a thumbs up to move or second such a motion. See, Rebecca has her thumb up. And
Barbara Rudder seconding.
Also great. Is there anybody opposed to that? See anybody? Next, let's adopt the prior month's minutes. Let's do it the same way with thumbs up if we can. Yep, I see some thumbs.
Michelle.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. So with that, we will do the chair's report. So I will give a brief chair's report and just let everybody know that the community advisory group for the Safe Haven that is planning to come to East 91st Street has begun to meet. We had our first meeting this week, and it was just preliminary, sort of laying out kind of what the plans are and goals for the meeting, and making sure that we have everybody on the group that we should have. And I'll be giving periodic updates, in my chair's report on what's going on in the community advisory group. But I just want to let everybody know that that had happened. And if you have questions about it or interested, email me or email Will, and he'll pass it on to me. So with that, that's my chair's report. So go ahead, Will, for the district manager's report.
I'll be even more brief. I just want to remind everybody who is chairing a meeting in June, we need your agendas by Friday. So if you can get your agendas to myself or one of the other staff members, we can include it in the e-blast for the next month calendar that'll come out on Monday. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, let's start our committee reports and action items. And first up is the Congestion Pricing Task Force. So let's turn it over to Craig.
All right, thank you, Russell. Good evening, everyone. First off, I just want to acknowledge my co-chair, Alita Camp, as she was unable to attend tonight so she could celebrate the college graduation of one of her kids. So on behalf of Community Board 8, congratulations, Alita. Since this is the first time the task force has reported to the full board, I just want to provide a bit of background and context along with a brief summary of our meeting. So the congestion pricing law was passed as part of the 2019 budget bill and will make any vehicle that crosses into the street network below 60th Street subject to a toll, which would be collected via a system similar to Easy Pass. The purposes of this would discourage single occupancy vehicles from driving into the most congested portions of Manhattan to reduce traffic, allow buses to move faster and become more reliable, and to generate funding that would be dedicated to improving public, or those are what the intended purposes of congestion pricing are. Although the budget bill had included language requiring congestion pricing, or sometimes referred to as central business district tolling, although it had language that was going to be implemented no earlier than December 31st, 2020, and there was an expectation that it would begin on or around that date, the Trump administration did not provide the federal approvals that allowed the project to move forward, which has delayed it. When the Biden administration took office, they authorized the required environmental review to move forward. And although there's no time frame for implementation, the behind the scenes work required to implement congestion pricing has indeed begun. And even recently, the MTA, because the TBTA, Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority, is leading this effort, there are job postings, or there were job postings for positions to support the staff that's working on congestion pricing. So we know that the work is starting to take place. So this task force was created just prior to the pandemic with the intent of being a voice that represented the unique position of Community District 8, which straddles the border of the congestion zone and has one block contained within it. Even before the task force was formed, Community Board 8 passed a resolution regarding the Traffic Mobility Board, which is a 6-person committee that will be responsible for most of the key decisions being made regarding how congestion pricing will operate. Everything from fee structures, hours of operations, exemptions, offsets, discounts, so on and so forth. Really, pretty much everything that matters to people. The only requirements of this board are that one member represent New York City, one reside in the Long Island Railroad region, and one reside in the Metro North region. So Community Board 8, even prior to the task force was formed, passed a resolution requesting that 2 members of this Traffic Review Mobility Board be Manhattan residents. So we have some ability to advocate for our unique issues and concerns. So we're now at a time where the Traffic Mobility Review Board has yet to be formed, but there are many outstanding questions that are unanswered and that we need to coordinate with elected officials, the MTA, and New York City DOT to understand the work that is being done and how congestion pricing will impact our district. The discussion that took place at the meeting largely centered around these topics, and we're hoping to have some of these elected officials or agency representatives come to our future meetings and participate and hopefully be able to help us understand what's going on. So the resolution, the task force debated and passed a resolution asking the New York State Legislature to repeal the congestion pricing law. The members, it was a 6-2 vote, so the members in favor of the resolution believe that congestion pricing is in essence a regressive tax that will result in increased congestion within Community Board 8, that it will disproportionately impact residents and small businesses of our district, who will be subject to the tolls when they drive or when deliveries are being made and such. And then there were questions regarding whether the revenues will really be invested in New York City transit infrastructure. And there were also many objections regarding the lack of a public outreach process that really has shut Community Board 8 out of the planning process thus far. Those who opposed the resolution were hopeful that congestion pricing would yield benefits, including faster buses, reduced congestion, and resulting air quality improvements, along with the revenues that congestion pricing is meant to provide that would be dedicated towards transit. They also had concerns that Community Board 8 would cease to be viewed as a credible voice, raising legitimate concerns regarding congestion pricing if we made clear that we don't want to see it implemented in the first place. So that's just an overview. I hope you found that helpful. Of course, the minutes are quite lengthy, but I'm happy now to take any questions or comments and to have any discussion. So I guess we first have Michelle Birnbaum. Could we unmute Michelle, please?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm reading the resolution. It's a little hard to see on the cell phone, but my question is this: the primary reason for congestion pricing to begin with was to finance, help the MTA. Now that we're getting all this money from the federal government, why do we need this in the first place? So I wouldn't have supported this because I do think it's a burden on our community. I think it is an additional tax to everybody. I think it will be disproportionately cause adverse effects on people that really have to use their cars for business. They're hauling things, they're selling things, whatever. So, and also we were never given specifics. All these years that we're talking about congestion pricing, no one has ever given us the real guidelines, how much it'll cost, what's the story with people going in and out of the zone, what about people circling, 1,000 questions. We never got specific. Every time we had a vote on this, whether it was favorable or unfavorable, it was always on concept. So, and we've had elected officials in front of us to whom we've asked these questions. And the truth of the matter is they didn't have the answer. So I never really support anything where we don't have the details, because the devil is always in the details. But I certainly am opposed to congestion pricing, and especially now that whole financial issue has been taken off the table as far as I'm concerned. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Michelle. Next we have Lynn Strong-Shinozaki. Can we unmute Lynn, please?
Hi, thank you for bringing this forward, Craig. A couple things that I want to mention. I have been in cities that have used that as a structure, Singapore and London, where they do these pricings, and they make where you have to pay more to be able to travel in and out of those cities. For example, London, even with that, they do have a lot of congestion within their city. My experience with Singapore was they handled traffic much better. My concern is, as we move forward to opening up the city, is in my experience recently with traveling into the city with expanded bus lanes and expanded bike lanes, and now with restaurants impeding roadways, that the level of congestion once the city is fully open is going to create, and I'll excuse my language, but a shit show in the city. And we've got to address how we want to deal with the lack of being able to get around the city. I think I appreciate what Michelle was saying, but I also believe that we need to be anticipatory of what will happen once our city is fully opened, with putting these bus lanes, these restaurants because the restaurants want to recover and we want them to recover. So, taking away these extra seatings and things like that will make that very difficult for them. And how do you balance all of these issues? I mean, I've been down some roads where there's no longer just one bus lane, there's two bus lanes. And, these things will all impact. And I think that they may need to grow because where are we going to be able to manage all these cars if we keep encouraging cars to come into the city? So I would like people to think very seriously about what the future of Manhattan's going to look like if we don't try to control the congestion and cars going into the city. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Next we have Anthony Cohn.
Hi, two things. First, I'd like to make a comment.
And then after I make a comment, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to the resolution. Yeah, probably that order. First of all, it's kind of interesting that that the two reasons for being in favor of congestion pricing, that it will increase air quality and increase revenue for the MTA, are in fact mutually exclusive. If the program is successful and fewer cars come into Manhattan, the air quality will be better, and there will be no additional, being extreme here, no additional funds for the MTA. If it fails on the air quality and lots of people continue to drive into Midtown Manhattan, then the air quality will be bad and the MTA will have lots of money. So it's sort of mutually, it doesn't do both, it does either or. Now, having said that, and sort of following up on what Michelle offered, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment, another whereas, that in fact, if as the federal government is increasing funds to the MTA, has promised funds to the MTA, and is also planning to increase those funds further, language to that effect, just as an additional whereas to the resolution, that the federal government is further supporting the MTA, so that their budget shortfall will either be smaller or, if we're really lucky, non-existent. And Michelle has raised the thumb.
All right, I assume that that would be fine. It would make sense to add that in for those who probably would be voting in support of it. I just want to say, just as a transportation planner, that one of the intents of this is to steer people away from driving and to steer them to transit.
I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree with you, in fact, in principle.
Right, but I just wanted to make that point, given that it's not as if it's meant to deter people from coming to the city. It's meant to deter people from driving to the city. And I think within the concept of congestion pricing, the trade-off of having less revenue by encouraging people to use transit and paying the fares for transit would be preferable to having the congestion and the degraded air quality and such. That would just...
Okay, absolutely, Craig. I will absolutely buy that. But the other thing that concerns me, and I'm sorry, Russell, I'm saying more than one thing. The other thing that concerns me about congestion pricing actually has to do with people who, as they do in other cities that have congestion pricing, drive up to the line and park their cars. The problem is that both the Upper East Side and the Upper West Side are very poorly garaged. And so it means that, at least for a relatively long period, once this starts, there will be intense competition for very few parking spaces. It's just, it's a fact of life. It may eventually peter out, but I don't think people are gonna, stop at the end of the number 6 and come into town. They're gonna drive as close as they can, park their cars, and cause misery for all of us.
And that's an argument that a lot of people have made. I think the counter argument, just to put it out there, is for the people that are driving, people value efficiency and one-seat rides, and the amount of time and effort that it would take for people to cruise around, look for a parking space, get out of the car, and then transfer and pay a subway fare, unless you're going to walk into the zone, which those people may very well consider doing that. But I think it would be unlikely that those who are already driving in would just stop short to add 20 minutes or something to their commute in each direction.
And just one more tiny thing, because I actually think about this once in a while. The people who will absolutely positively continue to drive in and park their cars are the people who make lots of money and don't care. And so those who live in the outer boroughs and have to come into work and have we have public transportation deserts in our city. And this is anecdotal, and I hate anecdotes, even though I use them all the time. My mother-in-law has an aide who lives out in Queens somewhere. It takes her an hour and a half by public transportation, 2 buses and a subway, to get to her. And so she lives in what is really a transportation desert. And the problem is that many people who are, we call frontline workers or people of color or whatever, however we want to describe them, live in districts that if they had cars, they would drive in. Because at the end of the day, if you can find a parking space, it's a lot easier than spending 3 hours on the subway each way. And that's a different problem, but it's part of this problem too.
All right. Thank you very much, Anthony.
Thank you, Craig.
Can you unmute Billy, please?
Billy, go ahead.
Yep. Sorry, let me just get my video on. So thank you, Craig, and Alita and the rest of the committee for pulling this together. I just want to make a few points in response to what others have said and then make some of my own points here. With due respect to my friend Anthony, it's not mutually exclusive to improve air quality and raise funds for the MTA. Let's say we get 20% of the vehicles off the road. That's reducing 20% of the vehicles causing air pollution. That's 20% of the vehicle, and that's 80% of the vehicles still remaining that end up, say, paying a congestion charge. You're going to get both results. And I think that's always been understood as part of this plan. And for those who say, well, now we have money from the federal government for the MTA, it's just not the case that the MTA is fully funded. The Fast Forward plan that Anthony Byford put forward when he was president of New York City Transit talked about a $40 billion, $40 to $50 billion capital plan. So the $6.5 billion coming from Washington simply does not do enough. The whole point of congestion pricing was to raise $1 billion a year and then to float bonds. I think up to maybe $10 billion being brought in by doing that. And look, for the argument that, what about folks coming in from, outer boroughs? Let's talk about it this way. The Fifth Avenue bus, Fifth Avenue serves 110,000 bus riders. It serves 60 to 160 buses per hour. I believe it's 41 different routes connecting to all 5 boroughs. Folks coming from, say, the Bronx, coming down, taking a bus to Midtown, sitting in traffic for 30 minutes, 40 minutes, an hour or more. That's the other part of this equation. I think it's reducing the congestion. It's not just about raising money for the MTA. It's not just about funding the subway. It's actually reducing congestion in the heart of Manhattan. And that's what this plan is designed to do. So I just wanted to say, I think we have to keep all those goals in mind. None of this is sort of, I guess, obviated now by what Washington has done with federal aid. And I think, what Craig and others have said, we want to have, I think, some credibility in this discussion, right? We are completely within our right to say we want more representation on the Traffic Mobility Review Board, that we want to see certain tweaks or changes to congestion pricing, that we want attention paid to, what happens if you live on 58th Street and as you, want to get to your garage or something, the New York City Transit Police says you've got to go this way and you enter the congestion zone or you exit the congestion zone. We can have that discussion, but for us to come at this and say no more congestion pricing, we're opposed, then where's our credibility to have a seat at the table? I mean, I think if we walk away from the table, we're not going to have a seat at it. So I would urge us to not pass this resolution at all. And I would urge us instead to potentially look at a different type of resolution, one that says we want to have a voice. We want to reiterate what we said a year ago, that we want 2 members from Manhattan on the review board, and that we want certain issues examined. I think that would be a much stronger and more relevant resolution. I think if we pass this one, no one's going to pay attention. And what's going to happen? We're going to see an article in Streets Blog or Patch or wherever saying, shocker, Upper East Side Community Board says no to congestion pricing, and we'll be kind of mocked, I think, and that'll be the end of it. So I'd like us to see something a little bit more effective.
Great, thank you, Billy. Next we have Chuck Warren.
Chuck, you can unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to call a question on this resolution. Okay.
All right. Russell, do you think we should?
There's a second. I think you can go to it. You can call the question.
All right. Is there a
There is. Yeah, Elizabeth Rose seconded, so we can go right to the
Four.
vote. Yeah, we can go to the vote.
Okay, I'm gonna lower all the hands.
All right.
Anthony, are you doing this one?
Okay, hang on. Let me get the tally sheet up. Just give me a second. Okay. All righty, congestion pricing. Will those who are, hang on, the resolution is to ask that that there be no congestion pricing, basically, that the piece of legislation be revoked, overturned. And so those who are opposed, abstaining, or not voting for cause, if you would raise your hands, that would be great. All right, we'll wait a little bit. I'll start to get people. Okay, there are enough of them here that I can start. All right, Barbara Rudder.
Barbara Rudder, just unmute. There you go.
No, I always do it too fast, Will.
So that's a no?
It's a no.
Okay. Lori Boris.
No.
Okay, let me catch that. Elizabeth Rose.
Elizabeth, you can unmute.
I
Elizabeth
think I
Rose.
am.
Oh,
yep.
I'm a no.
Okay. Barry Schneider.
No.
Okay, a nice loud
It's a
no.
ridiculous.
Billy.
No.
All righty.
Everybody.
Let's see, Craig.
I'm a no.
Yeah. Vanessa Aronson.
No.
Chuck.
No.
Warren? No.
No.
Okay, that's fine. I got it. Trisha Shimamura.
No.
Okay. Greg Morris.
No.
Okay. Tina Borreo.
No.
Oh, Borrero, sorry. A no, okay. Then we have, whoops, Lynn Strong Shinozaki.
No.
No. Peter Patch.
No.
Peggy Price.
No.
Okay. Adam Wald.
No.
All right. Felice Farber.
No.
Okay. Rita Popper.
No.
That sounds like a no. Takako Kono.
No.
Lowell Barton.
No.
Cos Spagnoletti.
Definitely no.
Definitely no. Okay. Can't get nowhere than that. May Malik.
No.
All right. Rebecca Dangor.
No.
Okay. Brian Correa.
No.
Carolina Tejo.
Carolina, we couldn't hear you, so try that again. Your microphone may not be picking up. Just chat me your vote and I'll read it out loud.
Okay.
David Halpern, I think, wants to raise his hand.
I'll make
Okay,
sure he gets unmuted.
Oh, all right. We'll wait for David.
And Wilma also.
Yes, I know. I've got Wilma and
sorry.
Sarah here.
David, you can unmute whenever.
Unmuted.
David says no.
Okay, David says no. Wilma?
No.
Okay. And Sarah? She unmuted? Yeah, she's unmuted.
Sarah, go ahead. Carolina asked me to say, please vote no on her behalf. Thank you.
Okay, and what about Sarah?
Sarah, you can also chat me if your microphone's not picking up. She says no.
Okay, so no, and Sarah Chu says no. Oops.
You have one more from Sharon Pope Marshall.
And we have no. Sharon Pope Marshall?
I'm voting no. I'm voting no,
also-
Anthony.
So that's also a no. Okay, great. Thank you.
And just confirming we got Carolina's answer?
Yes.
She said no.
Carolina was a no. Oh, where'd 6 people go?
And there's
Elizabeth Ashby has her hand up.
We have 40 now. Elizabeth? Is she unmuted? Yes, she is.
Abstain.
Okay. And anyone else? Okay, excellent.
All right.
I think we can announce the vote, actually. It appears the motion was defeated.
I want to make sure everyone is here first.
It's everybody
before
here.
we announce
40...
the count. People have been dropping in and out of the meeting, but I think you can say that the motion failed without the number.
The motion failed. Okay.
All right. I think that this concludes the congestion task force report.
Yep.
Okay, let's move to the landmarks committee. David and Jane, and I guess it's David who's going to be doing the report here.
Sorry about that, David. You can unmute now.
Okay, now I can unmute. Okay. I'm doing it tonight because Jane has laryngitis, so we want to wish her a quick recovery. The first project is 4E66. Can we do the screen sharing so we can see the images?
Yes, it'll be up in 1 second.
Okay. This is a very unique situation. It's the building just to the north of Temple Emmanuel on Fifth Avenue. The rear facade or the secondary facade is visible because of the way Temple Emmanuel is designed. You have the major building, and then you have a low area, and you can actually see this wall. What's happening is that all of the windows on this floor, which is the 8th floor, are being replaced, but only the ones in red are part of the certificate of appropriateness application. The Temple Emmanuel is below us. So essentially there are 7 windows in here, plus a window here. These windows are within the living area. This is within the kitchen. And we need to see the next slide, please. It's a very unique condition because most of the windows on this building are still 1/1, which seemed to be the original. This is the 9th floor. So on the 9th floor, the French doors, which open inward with these Juliet balconies, exist and were approved by landmarks. And again, it's on a secondary elevation. So Peter Benoyer, the architect, took inspiration from that, and he reorganized the windows in this recess. So these openings are actually there, except that none of these openings go all the way down. So he's, in effect, taken the openings all the way down. The head is always the same, and he's picked up on the theme of the 9th floor. So basically you have 3 windows in the center, perfectly symmetrical with what's above, but because of the plan below, it's asymmetrical with what's above, but he does the mirror image on the opposite side so that it is symmetrical within the recess. And this is seen from Fifth Avenue because of the nature of the design. On the other window that I showed you, which is not on this drawing, it's basically a standard height window, but it's 3 windows, one next to the other, all with divided lights. So we thought that Peter had done an artful job in thinking through the windows in this area, and this is a unanimous approval. So I don't know if anybody wants to speak to it or if somebody would like to make a motion.
Marco has his hand up.
So Marco?
Thank you, David. I would like to call the question.
Turn off my mic. Thank you. This is
Elizabeth Rose seconds.
Okay, so
give me some more chance.
yes, we need a vote.
Fine, we're going through the committee.
All right,
Billy,
secretaries.
Billy, are you unmuted? Go ahead.
I am now. Yep. So please raise your hand if you are voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause. Okay, seeing no hands, the vote is unanimous. Thank you.
And then the next project was 210 East 62nd Street. This, I'm sure you're all expecting, is a unanimous disapproval based upon what you've heard from the public today. So wanted to show you the original section, which is the way this building is built. This is what was approved at the landmarks, by landmarks in 2017, and the certificate of appropriateness is based upon this. So you have the rear extension, which was talked about, and you have the new vertical expansion. You can see that you have this cornice, which in relation to this vertical expansion actually acts as a parapet and creates a safe condition. Can we see the next slide, please? What you're seeing here is the rendering. First of all, these are all done by the architect who's applying for this approval. And we believe that what he's showing here is approximately correct. We are not confident in a lot of what we see on his drawings, but I'll get to how we've interpreted his drawings in a minute. Here you see the amount of visibility from what was approved, and here you see the visibility with what's been built today, much greater. Can I see the next slide, please? So if you remember, in the section I showed you, this bulk was supposed to start down at this level, which is approximately 2.5 feet down to the top of the cornice. And what they did is they raised it so that it's actually 2.5 feet higher minimum. But if Mr. Solomon is correct, he has measured 2 foot 10 inches higher than it should have been. I think it's also a much larger element than what was originally proposed. So essentially, the contractor has built something that was never approved, and in fact is significantly different, significantly larger. There are a lot of little tweaks that the contractor came back with, that the architect came back with at this last meeting. But we were, quite frankly, we felt that everything that had been discussed in September had essentially been disregarded because all he did was come back with little tweaks, and essentially what's been built, he is still requesting to be approved. This is now 8 months later. We have never lectured the Landmarks Preservation Commission. but we certainly gave them a strong resolution to look into this last time and to reevaluate it. Not only that, but there was a letter from, let me find it for a second. There was a letter from, well, three of the, well, from Councilman Powell and two other elected officials, including the borough president, if I remember correctly.
Liz Kruger, yeah, and Keith Powers and Gail Brewer.
And Gail Brewer, thank you. All of whom oppose this, and that letter was done at approximately the same time as our resolution. Landmarks Preservation has done nothing about it. Not only is it a terrible thing to do to the building, it's a terrible thing what's been done by disregarding landmarks, disregarding CB8, disregarding the community, and everything you heard today is just the beginning of all the problems that this building has created. So our resolution today not only talks about the fact of the lack of appropriateness of this, because theoretically what we talk about is context of appropriateness, but for the first time we are actually telling landmarks that it's time to revoke the original certificate of appropriateness. This has been going on 4 years. It is just a terrible way to treat the city agencies and that community. So essentially, we have a unanimous vote by the committee to ask landmarks to investigate and revoke the certificate of appropriateness. So I think that gives you a quick insight into what has been going on and what the problems are, both visually and in terms of the approach that the applicant has taken. Essentially, the applicant has stated that he wants to keep what's there, and he really has not been willing to accommodate. There are many precedents for taking down pieces of buildings that have not been built per the approved plan. And this is certainly one where that precedent, not only the precedent, but the legality of it suggests that this really has to come down. So that's our resolution.
You have hands up from Trisha, Rita, Elizabeth Rose, and Barry.
Now, if anybody has a question, or if they want to call the question.
I move to call the question.
Seconded by Elizabeth Rose.
Yeah, there's a bunch of seconds.
Okay. So I guess we need to vote.
Yeah, lower all the hands.
All right, if you'd like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. Seeing none, the item passes unanimously.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, David. Next, let's go to the Youth Education and Libraries Committee, and we will turn it over to Taina and Peter.
Second, guys.
Taina, you want to go ahead?
She needs to be unmuted. She's.
Yep, I should be unmuted now. Hi, Peter. So we have 2 resolutions on the table. I will take the first one and Peter will take the second. So as many of you know, the city's summer youth employment program through the Department of Youth and Community Development, which is really the nation's largest youth employment program, was dramatically cut in 2020 as a result of the pandemic. And so we've had previous resolutions calling for those budgets to be restored, and they have been for 2021. And so our first resolution is in support of the summer youth employment program and in support of restoring and hopefully expanding funding for the program, and encouraging that all youth who applied before the deadline should receive a paid position, this year and hopefully in subsequent summers. So I'll turn it over to Peter for the second one.
Yeah, the second resolution focuses on learning loss related to COVID and expresses our concern about essentially an education crisis, even with the education department being, functioning at full capacity. If in fact it gets to that point, it still has an enormous challenge to address the different degrees of learning loss for different students, particularly students at risk. In addition, we suggest that using measures to assess academic progress, it's a particular testing approach in order to measure and monitor the degree to which education and learning losses occurred in reading and math, should be addressed. And both of these resolutions were approved 13-0 by the Youth and Education Committee. So if someone wants to ask the question, that's fine, or call the question.
You need a maybe motion to take the two together.
Happy to take the two together.
Great.
I'm going to make that motion. Yeah.
Great.
And Michelle is nodding her head to second it. So, and there are a bunch of other hands raised. You got Marco's hand.
Yeah, I would like to call the question, or you call the question. One second, whatever it is. Thank you.
Okay, question's called. And second?
Any Cohen? Oh, he can be
Yep,
unmuted.
there's a second. Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm up. Should we lower people? Yeah, good. Okay, anyone opposed, abstaining, or not voting for cause for these two motions? All right. Elaine.
Elaine, you can unmute.
Abstain.
Okay, Elaine is abstaining.
Is that on
Greg
both?
Morris?
I'm sorry. Is that on both?
Well, it's combined. I assume it's on both.
Okay.
Okay. Greg Morris, wherever you are.
So we operate a summer youth employment program. So for cause, I can't vote.
Okay, not voting for cause. All right. Anyone else? Seeing no others, the motion passes with.
It looks like Elizabeth has her hand up.
Yeah, I'm going to abstain.
Anthony, we lost your sound.
Yeah, I want to abstain on the testing one. I am in favor of the summer youth employment one.
She would ask me about.
Got it. Okay. Actually, Rebecca points out, Greg, that you could vote on the one you are not, and you are voting yes. Okay, he raised his thumb and vigorously, and so okay. Oh, but I've got Elaine back here. Elaine.
Vote yes on the first and abstain on the second.
Got it. Okay. All righty. Thank you. They both passed with those minor comments.
Thank you.
Which we'll now deal with. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, let's move to the next item on the agenda, which is the Health, Seniors, and Social Services Committee. So we'll turn it over to Rebecca and Wilma and Barbara.
How are we doing this? Okay, we're going to do those two. Elaine abstained on the first one.
You want me to talk about it? I went to the. I think that the borough president's report talked about what our resolution is. I heard the borough president talk about it. So we met with various agencies, heads of agencies, including our own Greg Morris from Stanley Isaacs, and a great need to open up senior centers, but they have to do it safely and they need guidance from the city to do so. what they need is to meet with the city, that they really feel that they know how to open up, how to deep clean, how to do the ventilation, but they need requirements for legal reasons and so on. So our resolution is just to ask that the city agencies, which includes DFTA and Department of Health and also other related, the Health and Hospital, which does the tracing and a night check and the elected officials to meet with them to get the guidelines so they could open up as quickly as possible. It was a unanimous vote. If there's any questions, Rebecca, you would do the questions.
Yeah, I see Chuck has his hand up.
Chuck, you can unmute.
Question.
Sorry.
Call the question.
Second.
I'll second.
Okay.
Billy.
Okay, great. Let's put the hands down, please, and please raise your hand if you are voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause. Rita Popper. Oh, her hand's down. Never mind. Greg Morris.
Cause issue again.
Yep. Thank you. Anyone else?
Can I say one more thing? We were also asked to possibly circulate our resolution to the other community boards to get their acceptance of our resolution. Also, it's a citywide problem, and that would be up to Russell if that's okay to do. And
yes, yeah, absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. It's unanimous approval with one not voting for cause.
Okay, next, let's go to the Environment and Sanitation Committee. So Barbara, you're still up, and Kaz.
Kaz, are you doing it?
All right, Kaz, you can unmute now.
Kaz unmuted? Okay.
Thank you. You want me to do it, Barbara, or you want it? Or?
You do it.
Okay. Well, we had DSNY come back to us and report to us. As you can see, the corner baskets have been serviced. They're picking up extra, so they're really improving, which is really good. Also, curbside composting will be starting in August. We do not know all the details. They will come back to us. So we had two resolutions. The first one that to refund Grow NYC, so composting can be installed at the green markets and various other sites. And the second is to urge the DSNY to have more drop-off sites. They told us that we were going to have one or two scattered in the district, which is really, as Craig pointed out, a bit lacking. So we're asking them to increase the amount of drop-off points. They were both unanimous, so if we can take them together, that would be appreciated. Any questions from anybody?
You have Michelle, then Marco, then Rita Popper.
Okay, Michelle. Can we unmute Michelle?
Thank you. Can you describe to me what a composting site looks like and what a drop-off point looks like?
It is a special bin that people will take their compost to and put it in the compost bin.
You mean they will take what they wish to be composting and put it in a bin that will compost it?
Yes.
No, the
DSN. It's not already done, right?
That's right, it's scrapped. So they will take your, so when you scrape a carrot, you would take the scrapings or things like that. And there's a list in the minutes of the examples of things that can be composted.
Okay, so you're asking for two things. One is that there be more drop-off points, but then in the other resolution, you ask for there to be a composting can at every green market or at every site. So you mean you want more composting sites than there are markets?
There used to be composting at the green markets, and that was Grow NYC that was funded. they are not being funded anymore. So we're asking the reinstatement of the funding to Grow NYC so they will have the composting bins at the markets, which is not part of DSNY.
Now, who was funding Grow NYC? The
It would
city
be the,
was funding them?
yes,
Why don't we think that that the green market should provide their own composting bins?
we could.
They
But,
would
you
do it
know,
in service though.
So, okay, so that's about the green markets. Now, in addition, you want additional locations around the city for composting? And is that what
Well,
you're asking? The two different resolutions, right?
well, DSNY will be starting composting in August.
Only for
They
those
will-
buildings, they're sending out the form, but only for those buildings that want it. I'm not sure my building is going to want to do it. So if I want to do it individually, I will have to take it to a composting place. At this point, quite truthfully, I don't do it because it's only Friday mornings at 96th and Lexington, I think. And, that's difficult for me to do.
When
So-
you say your building, do you mean that it stands on the street in front of an individual building as per request? I don't know.
They will get it. No, they would put it probably in my basement, I assume. I would bring it down to my basement, and the day they would get a schedule. Thursday at 2:00 is when they will be picking it up. I'm making up a time. And that's when they would bring out, just like they bring out the garbage. But they would be much less garbage. It really is very good for the environment. They really will be much less garbage where the rats can get into. These are rat-proof bins that will be used, and it should help our environment and our quality of life.
Okay, what I'm asking about this process, I'm still not clear.
Michelle, there's two things. DSNY will be installing compost bins at various sites. They will also
determine those sites.
Well, they haven't been issued yet. We do not know where they are. They told us that there were 1 or 2 sites that they planned on putting them. We are asking for more within CB8 district.
We're asking one for every 10 blocks.
Right. At the same time, they will be asking buildings if they want to opt in. They will supply the bins and pick up from the building site. These are separate. DSNY is on the street. The buildings will have their own compost, but DSNY will pick up. Schools are automatically reinstated in the composting.
Okay, and separate resolution, separate issue is for the city to provide composting to the green markets. Separate issue.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That was good clarification.
Marco?
Thank you. I would like to call the question, if it's possible.
Both together? You want to combine the two?
Yes.
Well, unless somebody has, do we have a second?
Yeah, I second.
Okay. Okay, can we call the question on both, please?
Okay, if you'd like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. Not this cause, actual cause.
Now is the time to raise your hand. Sorry.
Mason?
Yeah, Valerie Mason?
Yeah, I'm going to abstain, and I just don't think when you can, this is just a point of order, when you combine 2 resolutions, so as you did on the last one, you can't vote differently on both of them.
I think you can if it's a not voting for cause.
If it's yeah, but that's not what that was, Rebecca. I'm just a point of order, that's all. I'm abstaining in this one because I have more questions and the debate was cut off.
Well, Valerie, we do not know all the information as far as the DSNY composting program.
So let's just stick to the voting.
Okay.
Michelle?
No on both resolutions.
Thank you.
Wiener?
I'm abstaining because I had a question that I wanted to ask that I didn't get to ask, so.
Right, so the resolutions pass.
There was also discussion on the recycling. Would you like to take this, Barbara, since you were the,
I think we had a resolution. Am I remember correctly? I'm sorry. We didn't have a resolution on it.
no, just the discussion on
It was
what-
just a discussion. I was one that said I wanted something on the ABCs of recycling, and I asked several questions. And I think in the minutes it's listed exactly like all of the discussion we have of what can be. There was an article in the paper, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago or something, that basically said the things that we thought you can recycle that you couldn't. And the information basically was, if you haven't, it's better in doubt not to recycle. Well, we were told, Marissa told us that it's better to recycle. There are now these plants that will go through and throw out the ones that you're not supposed to have. So when in doubt, recycle.
Good.
And I've changed, my recycling bags are now filled at a much greater time than they used to be.
Nice.
And the other item we had was rats. We're getting more complaints, so I'm going to jump the gun here.
Mhm.
And we need help in Adopt a Basket, and also
Rat Academy.
what was the other?
The Rat Academy.
The Rat Academy, that we need the building. We need help in getting building management of buildings to basically, we need names and phone numbers or contacts that we can contact the buildings to attend the Rat Academy or the Rat Patrol or whatever we want to call it. Anyway, we'll be sending out an email shortly or soon. That's it.
Okay. All right. I see Sherry still has her hand up.
Yeah, one overriding issue is getting rid of garbage, and one way to do that is having garbage disposals. Could somebody explain to me why in New York City we're not allowed to have garbage disposals? I could see perhaps in the older buildings, but certainly in the new construction, I've never heard an explanation. I was just wondering if somebody
I assume it's because
explain.
they're dangerous, so people could get hurt in that. I mean, I understand that plenty of people have them and don't have issues with it, but I assume that's the reason, is the potential.
Why? But every other place has it, and you get rid of so much garbage in this garbage stream because it's eliminated.
Okay, I would say, yeah, this is, we can discuss this more in a committee meeting. I think it's not the right time to get into.
All right, I just thought it was a generic question that
Yeah,
maybe
no, fair.
somebody knew the answer to.
Okay, I think my explanation may be the right answer, but I think the committee can look at it further and get into it. I would say all right, let's keep it moving here. So I am going to go to the next report, which is Parks and Waterfront. So we'll turn it over. Thank you, Kaz and Barbara. We'll turn it over to Barry and Tricia.
Hi, everybody. Before we go to the one resolution that we have, one of our community groups asked me to mention this. We're going to have a Rupert Park cleanup this Saturday starting at 10 o'clock. So if you haven't signed up or would be, speaking of rats, interested in doing some cleaning in one of our beloved parks, please sign up with the Muslim Volunteers for New York. And on the topic of Rupert Park, we're going to have another meeting on the park tomorrow, a visioning session that's being hosted by the Parks Department and Councilmember Kalos's office on reimagining Rupert Parks, and that's going to start at 6 o'clock. So hopefully Will can put the information into the chat.
Right.
On the resolution tonight, I just wanted to start out by saying that, of course, this does not replace any of the conversations that are going on through the official ULERT process with this blood center development. However, given the development, the proposal's impact on St. Catherine's Park, we thought that it was appropriate to talk about the impact of this development on the park and come to a resolution. So the resolution opposes the project based on the negative impacts and unmitigable impacts on St. Catherine's Park. You can read it through. I think I tried to be reflective of the comments that were there. It did not pass unanimously. We had one abstention and one no. So we'll take questions or discussion. Will, can you tell me who's first?
Yeah, Michelle, then Rebecca Dangor, then Russell Squire. Michelle, go ahead and unmute.
No, I'm glad to see this resolution and I support it, but I just have a couple of comments. One, and this was reflected not only at the Parks Committee, but at other meetings that we've been having with the Blood Center. And anytime we talk about St. Catherine's Park, I have never seen a board of directors or a governing body of an entity that does not speak up in support of things that are good for that entity. And the board of directors, if that's what they call themselves, of St. Catherine's Park, have been absolutely outrageous. I mean, they have been nowhere to be found. They are unresponsive. One representative did come to one of our meetings and basically told us that their board could not agree on things that would clearly be a benefit to that park. So to me, I had asked in the past, I would like to see a list of that board of directors. I would like that board of directors to come to this community board, because in this case, by staying silent, they are not, they're not doing their duty as representatives of that park. I can't call it, I mean, I don't know if there's any money involved, so I won't say it's fiduciary in any way, but I've never heard of a board of directors not being advocates. And they are not advocates. And I think that this community board really deserves an explanation about that. So that's of tremendous concern to me. The other thing is I would like to hear about what Marty Bell was referring to. And I think this is the appropriate forum to discuss it when he made his comments during the public session. We're now in the Parks Committee. So I'd like to hear, that was a little, you know, a tease about something that obviously created a bit of a to-do. I don't think it's a secret. These are public meetings. So if we could be briefed on that, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to, comment and then give it over to Russell to speak more. So on the issue of St. Catherine's, Friends of St. Catherine's Park, I talked about this a little bit in our committee. I frankly have been speaking to Russell about it because I don't think that our committee has the authority to serve as an oversight committee for outside community groups that we have no control over. I made it very clear that that Friends of St. Catherine's Park does not speak for the community board. And does not reflect the views of the community board, which is why I thought that it was good for us to pass our own resolution, which we passed on this issue. But I don't really know what actual authority a community board has in terms of I've never seen this happen before where there's any sort of question. Generally, our Parks Committee and Waterfront Committee have always been in partnership with friends of groups, trying to build them up, trying to work together to take care of our parks. So I would refer to Russell or the borough president's office, frankly, to talk about, or I don't even really know with that one. With the question of whether or not our committee member should be abstaining or not voting for cause, I again raised the issue with Russell, and you can certainly look at our tape, but it was, and you can see in the notes, but the issue was raised. And I don't know if Barry, if you want to talk about why you chose to take the vote that you took.
That's what Marty
looked
Bell
to
was
Russell.
referring to. Excuse me, Tricia, but you're referring to things, but we don't have background.
Oh,
Is
I'm
that
very
what
sorry.
Is that what Marty Bell was talking about? Was a vote? Is that what he was referring to? Because he didn't make it clear what he was referring to. He just said there was some kind of kerfuffle, but is that what it was? What was the issue that he was concerned about?
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't know that not everybody knew about this piece, but that Marty was raising concerns about the vote that Barry took.
Okay. And because he wanted him to say not voting for cause and he didn't, was that the issue?
Yeah.
Well, is Barry on the board of St. Catherine's Park?
No,
Okay. Do you have an affiliation with St. Patrick's Park?
St. Patrick's, yes, but not St. Catherine's.
St. Catherine's.
What do you mean? No, the answer is no.
Okay, but those were probably the grounds he was objecting on. I don't know, Russell, can you clarify this?
There's not really much to add. I mean, there was just no basis for anyone for in this case, for Barry to not vote for cause. So that's the issue. So, basically, if somebody sends me a letter that says something that's not founded, I don't act on it.
Okay, asked and
And if
answered.
on its face, it doesn't allege something that's, I need to do anything about, I don't act on it. So that's how it is.
Rebecca Dangor, you're up next.
While I agree with everything in this resolution in theory, I mean, I think there was a 2013 report in which community districts 4 and 5 failed 4 of the 5 benchmarks for adequate open space. I still think it's a little inappropriate for us to vote on a resolution that explicitly states we're fully opposing the project when it doesn't address all of the issues, and we're going to be discussing it next week. Although at the same time, I completely agree that this is a huge issue. Maybe we could make it a little more specific. So it says, we oppose the height and the et cetera that directly affect St. Catherine's Park, because I don't want to dismiss this resolution in any way. I think we need to be careful here.
I tried
since it doesn't address all the concerns.
I think maybe if we want to kick it over to Elaine, who I think was the person the board member who originally suggested the resolution. I tried to be as true to what the conversations that were had. So I would look to Elaine to see if you would like to change it, or if Rebecca, there's something else. But I wanted to make sure that we were. I know that it was opposing the project, but it was all of the comments and obviously and everything about it was meant to be on the basis of its impact on the park.
Yeah, I just think before Elaine goes really quickly, if we can just specify that specific clause so that it won't seem like I don't want to project how the vote is going to be next week, but I don't want there to be either 2 resolutions saying the same thing or potentially contradicting. So I think as specific as we can, because I know the amount of community input that we've gotten specifically about this one issue, but I just think we have to tread carefully.
Am I up? Okay. The resolution had to do with the impact on the park. There is no reason why the Parks Committee cannot take a position on something that they focus on and are committed to, which is open space. We did not get into a discussion of the issue of the 334-foot height, the BSL3 labs, etc., all the shadows on JRAC, the traffic, etc. This was focused on the impact on the park. I would hope that other committees that also have a focus on issues that also now will have an impact on the application in our ULUP for the Blood Center commercial Longfellow Tower would also look at it from their perspective. But I think If there's something you want to add, I'm not sure, but we did keep it to the impact on the park. That's my first comment. My second comment is on the nonprofit organization, Friends of St. Catherine's. Indeed, it is, I call it Where's Waldo. The community board doesn't have oversight on other nonprofits, but if a behavior of a nonprofit in the community comes to us and there is some concern on how they may be doing their fiduciary responsibility or their role and mission of the organization, you would refer it to the appropriate city or state agency to have look at that. It is not CB8 that's looking at the performance of the St. Catherine's, but it belongs either in the State Charities Bureau or possibly in an appropriate city organization if they're getting any city funding. But it should go to the State Charities Board. It is not something that we as a community board would look at. It's beyond our purview.
Okay, thank you. So right now, I think, Rebecca, I think that the resolution still stands as is, but we'll look to others for comments. It looks like Anthony's next. Sorry,
Great.
Anthony, I skipped you. I apologize.
No, done. No problem. I'd like to make a comment. I thank you for this resolution. I cannot think of a less appropriate project in our district, with the possible exception of the Lenox Hill Hospital expansion, than the blood center tower. And I think it's absolutely appropriate, truly, that the Parks Committee look at this as well as the Zoning and Development Committee. And I actually also believe that the, pardon me, Craig and Chuck, that the Transportation Committee should be looking at this, and Environment and Sanitation, and every single committee should look at this project, because this project is bad in every way. And so thank you, Tricia, for doing this. And one comment, sort of semi in reference to the infamous Marty Bell letter, and that is that if my wife is involved in a project that comes before landmarks, I don't vote for cause, even if I am not personally involved in that project.
Right, that's right. That's the conflict. You're right.
And that's all I have to say on the matter. Others can think differently, and that's just the way I feel about it. So anyway, thanks again, Tricia.
Tricia, you skipped over Russell, so I don't know.
I'm sorry, Russ. I apologize. Sorry, I can't see very well with the
Yeah, that's okay.
lineup. Sorry, Russell.
That's okay. So, well, look, I think it's fine for this committee to look at the impact on parks. I will say that, sort of echoing what Rebecca said, I think the wording of the resolution, basically it takes a position on the ultimate question of what the board's overall view is of the proposal. It says that we oppose the proposed New York Blood Center development, which, is probably the case anyway, but I think as a resolution coming out of the Parks Department, particularly given that the board is going to be looking at this at another meeting next week, and as Rebecca said, I think we're going to have another resolution coming out of there potentially on the sort of overall question. I think it would be better when particular committees are looking at it to say something along the lines of, I guess, more focused on opposing the particular thing that we're complaining about, as opposed to saying what the overall view of the board is on the entire proposal, which again is what this resolution does. So I mean, my preference here would be to say, you know, community board, I don't know, opposes the significant adverse and you know, impacts on St. Catherine's Park, or is deeply concerned about the impacts on St. Catherine's Park, or something along those lines. But that's, you know, it sounds like maybe that's not in the cards, but I think that's a better way to go if we're going to have multiple different committees looking at this for the reasons that Rebecca said. The other issue, I guess, on the question of conflicts is just, I think the standard is direct financial interest. And so I think unless, basically, unless, you know, I think some of the hypotheticals that people are throwing out there involve a direct financial interest, and I don't think there's anything like that in this case. Elizabeth Rose is telling me I'm wrong. I may have the wording wrong, but I think that the standard relates to a financial element to it. But in any event, that was what I had to say.
Let me call on Craig. I see your hand up, Craig.
Okay, go ahead.
I was just going to agree wholeheartedly with what Rebecca said, and I can't vote in favor of it as is, but if the language were to change where it weren't in opposition to the project, but as Russell described, I would be able to support it then.
Okay. I mean, I feel the responsibility to be as to follow as closely to Robert's rules as possible. So I think that I think if I recall my Robert's rules correctly, it would be going back to Elaine, who created the resolution, to see if she would take that as a friendly amendment to word it in such a way that it wasn't assuming, or it wasn't overarchingly opposing the project before it goes to the full ULURP process.
No,
No.
wait. No, I think the motion passed in the committee. I think it puts in context the impact that will occur on the park. And I see no reason at this time to make any changes. It is a committee resolution. It stands. And I will not accept a change. If people don't like the resolution, they have a choice to vote it down. Those who support it will support it, and we'll move from there.
Okay, so we'll go to Elizabeth Rose.
Whoa.
Sorry, saying goodnight to my daughter. Couple things. The conflict of interest does not have to be financial. It can be personal. And so, however, so I think it is understandable that there is a perceived conflict of interest. However, there is nothing in Robert's rules that prevents or can compel anyone from not voting other than very clear personal or financial conflict. So Marty is correct in his perception. Barry is correct in his right to vote. I'm going to stop there.
I'm going to just, apologies here, but I looked it up. I didn't have the wording in front of me before, but what it says is personal and direct economic gain. It doesn't say personal or economic gain. It's personal and direct economic gain. So economic gain is a component of it. You have to have economic gain for there to be under that wording.
I'm going to move to Valerie Mason and then Barbara Rutter.
Yeah, hi, thanks, Tricia. I just want to say Russell is correct. I think what's happening here is the conflict of interest rules for community board members are very different than for any other member of or office holder in the city government. It's not, it's very dissimilar to what, perceived conflict. It has to be a direct and personal gain, economic gain. And Russell is correct. That is exactly the way it reads. So, I mean, and it says in a personal, you can't vote on any matter that could result in a personal and direct economic gain for themselves or any associated person, business, or not-for-profit organization. So unless you can prove some economic benefit, I think the committee person is entitled to vote. Now, that doesn't, you can abstain if you want to, but it's very different than just being on a board and just saying, okay, I'm not going to vote. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's something, Russell, maybe not for this, but we can get some kind of direction, not for particularly for this, but just in general, because I know it's come up a couple of times.
Yeah, look, the rules are what governs. The rules say what they say. I would actually just prefer that we, what we're discussing here is the resolution. There's a resolution on the floor. I think there's plenty to discuss there or not as people want. But as far as I'm concerned, the sort of theoretical conflict issue, whatever, is just not, and I don't think it's appropriate to have an extended discussion about, that issue. If somebody needs to not vote for cause, they'll do it at the right time. And, barring that, I just don't think it's something that warrants extended discussion.
Well, the only reason I'm raising it is because a member of the public has raised it as an issue. And so perhaps maybe not here. I agree with you. We're talking about a resolution, but maybe for a future meeting, it would be interesting as a
There are trainings about this. There's plenty of
They're
information.
not trainings for the public, though. If the public is at a meeting and they think they know something about a relationship between a board member and an organization, they would not, it's not beyond the realm of possibility that they might think it's inappropriate. But the rules are, you're right, the rules are very specific. That's all I'm saying. So when you say you don't respond to something that isn't correct, I think you're assuming that everyone is aware of the rules. That's all I'm saying. I'm not, it's not relevant to the resolution. You're absolutely
Really? Okay. I mean, the letter cited, well, it purported to cite the rules.
Excuse me,
it doesn't matter.
Russell,
So,
I just in a little bit of support to what Valerie said, we can have, I can't remember his name, the guy who does the conflict of interest training speak to a meeting sometime this summer.
yeah, you're right. That's actually a very good idea. You're right.
Let's
You're
do
right.
that.
Fine. Yes, we can. Yes, we'll do that. We'll make sure that that's a good idea. We'll bring
And then
somebody.
that's a way for the public to get the point.
And they did speak to a previous version of our meeting, and I'll try to see if I can find that on our website. And
that's great.
All right, we can set that.
And that was when we were on Roosevelt Island, I think.
They've done one then. They did one while we were on Zoom, though.
Yeah, they normally do.
Really?
Yeah.
We'll have another one.
And they will obviously do another one. Their Twitter is great. Their Instagram is great. Also,
so I really wanted to just call the question.
Okay, so Valerie has called the question.
Is there a second?
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Gail's seconding, Peggy's seconding.
Elizabeth.
Take the roll.
I think we should vote on calling to question on this.
Okay.
I thought there was a second, but maybe not.
There was a second, but
Well, there were so many hands up, though.
Anthony, I clicked the wrong button.
Okay, I'm up, right?
I believe so.
So we're now voting on calling the question. Anyone opposed to calling the question, raise your hands. Give it a couple more seconds. Okay, so the question is called with Rebecca Wilma and Barbara Rutter opposed to calling the question. So we are now voting. So Will, if you could turn off.
Yep, lowering all hands.
Great. Those opposed to the resolution against the blood center tower, or abstaining or not voting for cause, if you would raise your hands, that would be good. Okay, Rebecca.
I need to pass. I need to think about this more.
Oh, okay, you're passing. All right, Barry?
No.
No. Chuck? I lost
Chuck Warren.
Not voting for cause.
Not voting for cause, right. I should have known that. I apologize. Craig, later.
I'm abstaining.
And Craig is abstaining, and now we have to.
Wait
I'm
1 second.
sorry,
David
Rebecca.
Halpern, I believe, is trying to raise his hand.
Is he? Oh, okay. David?
Just checking. David, unmute if you were trying to. Nope, David, you have to unmute.
Wave your arms.
No.
Yes. No. No for David. Lori?
Could I just ask for a reading of the resolution, please?
Sure.
I have it in front of me.
It's pretty lengthy. Can we just do the resolve clause?
Yeah, the resolve, Lori, is that Community Board 8 opposes the proposed New York Blood Center development at 310 East 67th Street due to the significant adverse and unmitigable impacts on St. Catherine's Park.
Okay, thank you.
And your vote?
No, I'm going to vote for it. So.
Oh, okay. So you're a yes. All right. Hang on a second. Let me. Somebody messed me up. Thanks.
Payne.
Okay. No. And Tina Barrera?
No.
No. And so finally, I'm afraid, Rebecca, we've come back to you.
Okay, I'll vote yes, but I'm still a little frustrated.
That's fine. I've got Tina, Rebecca. Okay, great. Thank you. I think that's it. Yes? I don't see any other hands. No. Okay, very good. Thank you.
I just
the motion passes, and we'll come up with a vote in a moment.
Before I mute myself, I just wanted to mention, Russell, since it was brought up, I got some the comments today were saying thank you to me for my leadership on this, but I just wanted to mention that in terms of agenda items, we make these decisions together, so I don't want to take full credit for bringing this up. I'm going to thank Barry for agreeing with me to put this on the agenda. So
thank you, Tricia.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. All right, let's move to the next item on the agenda, which is street fairs. So Barbara and Wilma.
Barbara and Wilma, you can both unmute.
I did. I'm trying to.
No, you're good. You're good. We hear you.
Okay, we met last night with 4 people at the meeting. Number 1 on the agenda, number 3 on the agenda, and number 5 on the agenda were all unanimous approvals, 4-0 to 0. You want me to read what the items were, or you have the agendas?
We have the agenda. I'm going to move to take them all together.
So it was 4-0 to 0 on 1, 3, and 5. You want to take them together?
Yeah, that's my motion.
Okay, so we can take them together. Anybody object to taking them together? No. Any questions, or anybody want to call the question?
Marco, are you calling the question?
Yes, I am calling the question.
All right, Michelle seconding.
Okay, please check the roll.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry. Oh, sorry about that, Rebecca. All right, please raise your hand if you are voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause. Okay, seeing none, these resolutions pass unanimously.
Okay, Wilma, you want to take number 2?
Okay. Which one is number 2? Because I don't have it.
is the Yorkville East Manhattan.
Oh,
And
the
vote was 3-1.
It was the graduation Yorkville School. Would like to close. They like to they have a graduation reception, and they would like to close on 77th Street between York and Cherokee Place, Thursday the 24th from 3 to 6. Only issue I had with that is the only issue I have is that they are saying that there are no they're closed to the public. So, we never voted on allowing anybody to do anything unless it's open to the public. So I didn't know. I just had an issue that I don't have any problem with the graduation or what they need or what they want. I have the issue of it being closed to the public.
I think the only reason why I voted for it, and I think some others voted for it, is with the understanding because of the epidemic, they cannot meet inside. They cannot have the graduation inside like they usually do. We made it clear it was just this one time that they could do it because of the pandemic.
But they only have the graduation inside the yard. They want this anybody extra to use that street. It wasn't going to be graduating in the street. It was only in case they had extra people, they would be on that street. But the graduation is actually in the schoolyard. And I can be understanding. I understand that it's a pandemic, and I understand, but I just don't understand why they need all that space. So, I'll just change my vote if, anybody else has anything to say about it. What?
Michelle has her hand up. I don't know if you guys can see it.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Let me make a general comment. We were very flexible this year. There are things that we might not have approved in years past, but we understand that accommodations had to be made. In this particular instance, knowing that it was a graduation, I ordinarily would have been opposed because to me, that's a private thing that the school should organize. In this case, however, the graduation and all of the people and all of the graduates and all of the invited family guests are supposed to be contained in the schoolyard. The school's concern, and it was a little tenuous, I can't say I bought all of it, but as I say, I was being flexible because of these times. They felt that after the graduation, families usually like to linger, to talk, to take pictures with the children, take pictures in different families. And because that was probably going to happen, chances are that they would spill out into the street. Not probably the sidewalk, maybe the actual roadway. Chances are that probably won't happen, but they just wanted it as a safety thing. I didn't really buy the whole story, but as I say, being very lenient this time, one time, not to set a precedent, I couldn't see anything wrong with this. While I'm speaking, even though we're not on it, I want to thank and acknowledge Alan Stevenson.
We were going to do that and we got to it, so go ahead, Liv.
Well,
yes, that's what I'm going to do.
It's another item.
No, I know. Yeah. I just thought
that
if I was on again that I would make that comment. But if you call on me for number 4, I'm happy to wait.
Okay.
Okay. What what Michelle was talking about is at the meeting, the Stevenson School.
Well, let's do this one first. We didn't vote on this one.
Yeah, you're not doing number 4
okay.
yet.
Okay.
Barbara Rudder also.
Wait.
Go ahead.
Go, Barbara.
Yeah, okay. I just want to say that I really felt like a big deal was made of this one. It is not a private meeting. If anybody wants to walk by, it is a very small street. It is not a traffic street. It is really meant for safety reasons. And if anybody wants to take a walk there, they can. It's not a blacked off street. So I just want to say it's not, I felt that it was a bigger deal made, personally, I felt it was a bigger deal made out of it. And for this, I'm glad they want safety. So for safety reasons, so if people want to hang around and you know, congratulate their graduates and so on and so forth, that there would be more distancing to do it. But it's not
Okay, you're
a
right.
closed
Anybody
street
else?
in the way others have been closed street. It's a misnomer to say it's a closed street.
Yeah. Okay, so it's not a closed street. It's they act for it to be a closed street. Anybody else have anything to say?
Sharon Pope Marshall has her hand up.
Go ahead, Sharon.
Hi, Wilma.
Hi.
I'd like to call a question.
Okay. Can we get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you.
Police.
Rebecca or Billy? Call the roll, please.
I got it. Let's lower everyone's hands. If you'd like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. I'll give everyone one more second. Seeing none, the item passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, the next, Alan Stevenson School, and as Michelle just started to say before, they were very accommodating. There was an abstention in that one because of the trucks. There was a truck with donuts on the site, and the school has a real strict rule, which really hasn't come before us before. Actually, the donut truck can sell nuts, and they have a strict rule against nuts. As you know, it's a real problem with allergies. So they agreed, they called today, and they agreed to substitute the truck for ice cream and I think cakes or something. So there's going to be no trucks on the site. So they did follow what we asked them to do. So you want to say anything about that, Michelle?
No.
You're shaking your head, but I can't hear you. You saying something?
Michelle has her hand up, so
Sorry, Wilma, were you trying to say something? I didn't want to interrupt you by.
No, that's okay.
Okay,
That's
so
okay.
now I'm muted. Okay, now I can speak.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to really thank Alan Stevenson for listening and for doing what they could, because of course we really didn't want to deny them their street fair, but we like to use neighborhood vendors. We like to give the bricks and mortar businesses our business, and we don't like to usurp that by using truck vendors who may or may not be friends of the community or compliant with what community wants. We want community businesses to get the business. They had a special problem because of this nut allergy, but they have found a solution to it. So I'm very happy, and I really appreciate them not only respecting our request, but actually coming here tonight and making the statement during the public session. So thank you very much, and I fully support this application.
I also thought it was very interesting that nobody ever before spoke about the nut allergy, and I think that I give them credit for being so careful about that. Okay, anybody else have anything to say?
You have Elizabeth Rose, Sharon Pope, Gail Barron, and then Rebecca Dangor.
Okay, Elizabeth?
So I just have to give a shout out. My son is a graduate of Alan Stevenson. He also has an anaphylactic nut allergy. So I can't tell you how reassuring it is as a parent that they have been this careful on this.
I was very impressed by it, because even if a donut's next to something else.
There you go. And I just wanted to add, you know, my son graduated high school in the middle of the pandemic. Please, let's not deny these kids a celebration. You can't do something like this inside the building. The normal celebration after graduation would just be too crowded, too too many people under the current circumstances. So thank you. You know, clearly we're supporting other schools and graduations, and I ask you all to support this.
Okay.
I have to call a question.
Okay.
I have to call a question.
Okay, second.
Wilma, there are people who still have their hand up to speak. So Sharon Pope and Gail Barron.
She's entitled to still call the question. if she
Okay,
wants.
sorry. She can't see that though.
No, I understand. Yeah, you're letting it. It's up to you, Wilma.
I'd like to call the question, please.
Okay, that's a second, okay. Call the roll, please. Or do whatever you do.
Oh, am I up?
You're up, I don't care
Okay.
what's up.
All right. All those who are voting, the motion is to approve. So all those who are against this or abstaining or not voting for cause, please raise your hands. Give it a couple more seconds. This motion appears to be passing unanimously. Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, committee.
Wilma, you want to take the last one, which was PS 290, when it was a vote to 2-2, so we had no resolution.
Okay.
PS 90, Manhattan.
I'm having a problem. Hold on a second.
Okay.
I wait all these hours, so let me just get my
No, it's
stuff together. Okay, there we go.
there was no vote because it was 2-2.
Okay.
It's E7.
Oh, 290.
Well, the minutes say 400.
Ready? Hello?
We hear you.
What happened? They wanted PTA block parties. They wanted full street closure at East 82nd, between 2nd and 1st Avenue.
I thought this is one of the, sorry, wasn't this one of the unanimous ones that we already voted on? Because this one says 4-0.
Yes, sir.
And I think it was one of the three that we
Yes, it
voted.
was,
There's
yes.
only 5 resolutions.
That's right. Thank you for bringing that up.
One that
All
was
right, we're finished.
a vote of 2-2.
That was the Alan Stevenson.
Oh, that was Alan Stevenson. Okay.
Yeah. So this one we already voted on.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you both. Next, last but certainly not least, is the Street Life Committee. I will turn it over to Abraham.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. So we had 10 unanimous resolutions for SLA applications. So if anyone would like to make a motion to take it together, I would happily agree.
Rita, you're unmuted.
Rita?
Motion to approve all the unanimous together.
Second.
Call the question.
Okay, good. We have a second and a call to question. So let's let the secretaries take it away.
Can't fool me.
All right, I'll go ahead and do this one. Raise your hand if you are voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause.
2 seconds.
Seeing none, these resolutions pass unanimously. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Abraham. All right, that brings us to the end of the agenda. There's no old business. I don't think there's any new business. If anybody wants to move to adjourn, that would be a great idea. Gail is moving to adjourn, and yes,
I second.
Anthony seconds. So that's that. Thank you guys very much. Sorry it's such a late meeting, but thank you all for sticking it out. See you next time.
Thank you.